Crown of the Mad King, The Far Shore Chronicles, Book 3, written and narrated by Justin Fike, and published by Fallbrant Press. Chapter 1. "It cannot be done!" Nataka shouted at Alaron's back as she pushed her way through the clinging underbrush. "Of course it can!" The elven wizard didn't bother turning around as he argued. He slipped between clusters of alder bushes, ducked under white pine boughs, and stepped over tangled tree roots like they weren't even there, forcing the rest of us to swear, swipe, and struggle in his wake. "You ought to have said that it shouldn't be done. Then I might have agreed with you, even though we have no real choice in the matter." They'd been having the same argument for 3 days. I'd grown tired of it on the second. Now I was ready to murder them both with my boot knife. "Will you two please shut it?" A branch that Magnus had pushed aside whipped back into my face. I clawed my way past it in a fit of rage, then spat out a leaf as I tried to regain some measure of calm. "You've been talking in circles all morning. Give it a rest until we see if we can even find the damn thing, and then you can shout yourselves blue in the face." I thought I had walked through forests back in Byzantia. I thought we had ridden through several forests on our way to the Shattered City. I was wrong on both counts. This was a forest. Everything else I'd ever seen had just been trees putting on a show. We wove around tree trunks wider than a country cottage, each one surrounded by an army of clinging brambles, twisted vines, and clusters of ferns that tangled your ankles and tried to drag you to the ground with each step. What little light managed to filter down through the upper foliage was thin and timid, as though it knew that it had only been allowed into the lower reaches of the forest by the will of the great trees, and didn't want to give offense. I'd never seen anything like it. Never imagined that such a dense explosion of vegetation even existed in the world. And the plants weren't its only inhabitants. Birds trilled and called. Small shapes darted through the shadows, and more than once I'd heard something large, pushing its way through the underbrush just out of sight. I kept my eyes moving, my ears sharp, and my hand on my sword hilt. In my experience, there were only 2 kinds of animals in the world: the ones you can eat, and the ones that can eat you. Our first morning in the mountains outside the ruins of the Shattered City had been more than a little miserable. Whispers and strange images filled my dreams once I'd finally managed to get some sleep, and I was up before the sun, feeling worse than when I'd laid down. I wasn't alone. Turned out everyone had slept poorly, if at all. Nataka said it was an after effect of so many tortured souls being released to the beyond at once. Magnus said it was a goddamn nuisance, and for once I found myself in complete agreement with the surly dwarf. We shared a breakfast of thin porridge, and stared at each other over our bowls until Kale finally voiced the question that had been on all of our minds all morning. What in the hells were we going to do now? Our narrow escape from the Shattered City's death throes had placed us on the wrong side of some very imposing mountains. We were already 5 weeks into the 2-month deadline Trebonius had given us before he decided we'd cut out on him and magicked us to death from 1,000 miles away. And yes, I checked with Alaron and confirmed that he could absolutely do that if he chose to. If we'd left the Shattered City's caldera the way we'd gone in, followed the route we'd already plotted to get there, and ridden our horses hard the whole way home, we could have made it. Probably. But adding on a week or more to scramble our way over sheer cliffs and jagged mountain peaks, or through the ruined crater that remained of the Shattered City itself, had made a timely return completely impossible. I'd begun to think that the only option we had left was to pitch the most comfortable camp we could manage and wait for death, when Alaron first suggested we use the city's lost waygate. From the way the others reacted, you might have thought he'd suggested we slather ourselves with honey and go running through a den of bears. Nataka had seemed especially unhappy with the idea of dusting off some ancient elven artifacts, but he'd eventually managed to convince her and the others that searching for the waygate was a better way to spend our time than sitting around waiting for a horrible death. After another round of grumbling, we set off into the forest. From the answers I managed to pick out of their constant bickering, I gathered that the elves had once maintained a sort of arcane travel network that could move men and material across huge distances in an instant. I thought it sounded like exactly the sort of solution we needed, but Nataka and the others kept trying and failing to think of some alternative. "If we work together, we might be able to send the human a message," the orc shaman rumbled as she ducked beneath a thick branch. "Tell him we have the crown and just need more time to return." "We couldn't manage ascending across that distance if there were 10 of us, and you know it." "What's so bad about giving this waygate a try?" I asked as I squeezed beneath 2 moss-covered logs that had fallen one atop the other. "If it doesn't work, we can keep looking for other options, but I certainly don't mind the thought of saving my ass another month in the saddle." Nataka stopped in front of me and turned around as I clambered to my feet. "Do you like your arms?" she asked. "What?" I wondered if perhaps she'd just cracked her head on the logs. "Your arms," she pointed to each one in turn. "Are you fond of them?" "I guess so." "Perhaps you would prefer them arranged differently. One growing from your head, the other lodged in your stomach. Perhaps you'd prefer they be removed entirely. Have them carved off and flung to some distant corner of the world. Because those things are entirely possible if we entered that elven death gate, and even worse besides." "You ever seen a creature turned inside out?" Magnus asked as he squeezed beneath the logs to join us. "I once found a deer back on Scarling that had stumbled through a waygate. At least I think it was a deer. Mostly just a twitching mass of guts and muscle, but it had the right sort of hooves." I paled a little at the thought. Thankfully, we are at least somewhat more capable than woodland fauna. Alaron had stopped his forced march and returned to join the conversation. I hadn't even heard him approach until he started speaking. I don't deny that the magic of the waygates became rather unstable after the sundering. Nataka snorted, but Alaron ignored her. A good deal of their function was based on chronomancy, shortening time over distance, that sort of thing. I've always been fascinated by waygates. They were one of the greatest achievements of my people, and I've studied them for decades. He turned and stared up into Nataka's frown. "Which is why you should believe me when I say that I can stabilize the gate enough to see us safely to our destination. I just need some time to study its runes first." "You are all very loud." Nataka had already opened her mouth to snap a retort, but we all stopped and looked up towards the voice. Sheska was perched on a branch overhead, frowning down at us like a mother owl whose chicks had just scared away dinner. "I have found the stone arch you described. It is not far, but it is guarded." She directed an accusing glance at Alaron. The rest of us followed her example. "Ah, yes," he cleared his throat as he picked at a bramble that had caught in his sleeve. "There is another reason folk tend to avoid the waygates. Their guardians have all gone a bit feral over the years." "And just when did you plan on telling the rest of us?" Cale did not look amused. "Once we've found the waygate, of course. I'm sure it won't present too much of a problem. We don't even need to defeat it, after all. You lot can just keep it busy until I've prepared the gate, and then we'll be off." I was about to ask for a few more details about this guardian we would be keeping busy, but Alaron had already resumed his trek through the forest, following Sheska's guidance as she leapt from branch to branch overhead. "The sooner we begin, the sooner we're finished," he called cheerily over his shoulder. "Oh, someone will be finished, all right," Magnus grumbled as he smacked fist to palm. I sighed, enjoying one last breath while standing still for a change, and we were off. After several long minutes of slow and sweaty struggling through the foliage, I had grown so focused on planting one foot in front of the other that I almost stumbled right into the clearing. Nataka caught my shoulder before I broke through the tree line and pointed ahead of us. The forest just stopped. We stood within the same impossible tangle of greenery that we'd been forging through all day, but an arm's length in front of me was a perfect circle of grass and glowing afternoon sunlight. The only things within the clearing were a slender stone archway and a single, massive oak tree looming over it. Aileron was already walking towards the stone arch. The rest of us followed after him, though I'll admit I would have preferred to keep to the shadows until I'd spotted the guardian Sheska mentioned. I still didn't see anything other than the tree and the arch. The waygate was an interesting sight, at least. 2 slender columns of white marble rose to a pointed arch, and both were covered in spiraling patterns of gold embossed into the stone. You could see through and around it quite easily, just more grass and a bloody great tree trunk on the other side. Yet as we walked closer, I felt the small hairs on my neck and arms begin to prickle. Aileron knelt in the grass beside the right-hand column and began to trace his fingers over the runes. "When the guardian awakens, just keep it occupied until I'm finished. Shouldn't take long." "You keep talking about a guardian." Magnus had carried Hilda at the ready when we entered the clearing, but now he rested the axe blade on the ground and leaned on the shaft. "But all I see is you and that big tree." A branch swept down and swatted Magnus into the air. He crashed back to earth several yards away, bounced a few times, and lay still. I turned and looked up along the branch that had struck him to find 2 enormous eyes staring down at me. I blinked, and the tree blinked back. Then a ragged crack spread across the trunk. The crack widened into a yawning mouth. Then the tree let out a booming roar that shook the forest and rattled the teeth in my skull. "The guardian is a treant!" Nataka sounded more offended than angry as she ran towards the fallen dwarf. Motes of golden light began to flicker in the air around her, growing brighter with each step. As she reached Magnus and placed a hand on his back, all the light flowed down into him, turning him into a dwarf-shaped lantern for a brief moment before fading away. Nothing happened. Then Magnus bolted upright and shook his head like a dog climbing out of a lake. The dwarf's mood only seemed to vary between annoyed and enraged, but I breathed a small sigh of relief to see him moving again all the same, then turned back to the tree. Kale stood over Aileron, turning aside, sweeping branches with his shield as the elf continued to study the runes. "Don't worry," Kale yelled over his shoulder at the rest of us. "I can hold back an enormous tree all by myself." Ugh. A heavy blow battered him down on one knee. "But I wouldn't have minded some help all the same." "Hey!" I screamed at the oak as I charged forward to lend a hand. How did one distract a living tree? "I'll bet your mother never even knew your father, you big leafy bastard!" The tree turned towards me. Well, it didn't actually turn as such, but the eyes and mouth slid around the trunk to look at me. And yes, it was exactly as disturbing as it sounds. I had no idea if it was the sound of my voice or the sting of my insult that had caught its attention, but it wasn't beating on Kale anymore, so I decided to keep at it. "That's right. She pollinated with every pine shrub and scrap of ragweed within 100 miles before you dropped out of her branches, you sorry stack of kindling." Tree limbs began to smash the ground all around me. I leapt to the right, then rolled to the left, barely managing to keep one step ahead of the assault. Then 2 leafy branches slammed down on either side of me, trapping me between them. I looked up into the treant's angry eyes, then up further still to see a 3rd branch rising into the air above my head. An arrow zipped past my ear just before the tree crushed me into a bloody smear on the grass. It struck the center of one of the treant's eyes, followed a split second later by a second shaft that buried itself in the other one. The creature roared and covered its face with its branches, leaving an opening for me to run clear. As I scrambled back out of the treant's reach, I saw Sheska running towards me with another arrow already knocked on her bowstring. I gave her a grateful nod, then turned back to face the tree. As its branches parted, I saw that its eyes had shifted further up the trunk, but that otherwise it appeared unharmed. I sighed and took a few more quick breaths as I readied myself to draw its attention again. Then I noticed my shadow grow long across the ground as an orange light flared behind me. I turned and saw Nataka wreathed in flames. I started to run towards her to try and help, then saw that she stood calm and unconcerned within the fire. "Keski of the burning hunger, wreathe our blades!" she shouted as she flung her arms out wide. A ball of fire flew towards each of us. I yelped and dove to the ground, but the fire tracked my movements. I squeezed my eyes shut as it swept down on me, then peeked one eye open a moment later when I realized that I wasn't actually being consumed by horrible burning death. I looked up and saw that the tip of Sheska's arrow danced with angry flames. Nataka's spear and Magnus's axe both blazed like logs in a winter hearth. I stood to my feet and drew my twin sabers to find fire racing along both blades. Now we're getting somewhere. I couldn't stop a wicked grin from spreading across my face. Sheska's smile matched mine as she drew back her bowstring and loosed a burning arrow at the tree. "No!" I spun round at the panicked shout to see Alaron waving his arms as he stared in horror at the fiery missile. The shaft struck the treant with a burst of fire that left a long black scorch mark on its trunk. The tree screamed. It was a scream of pain at first, the cry of a dry pine log tossed onto a bonfire. Then the scream turned angry. The ground began to shake as the treant raged. Then thick and tangled roots began to tear themselves from the earth. The treant gave one final heave, then its newly freed roots snaked across the grass as it began to lumber towards us. "What were you thinking? You just woke it up!" Alaron screamed. I stared in horror at the enormous and very angry tree bearing down on me. I thought I'd grown more accustomed to the wild and impossible sights that filled an ordinary day here in Danaan, but there were apparently some things that my brain still struggled to accept. My jaw dropped open and my legs froze solid. Then something slammed into me from behind, knocking me into a tumbling sprawl as the tree crashed through the space where I'd stood, gaping like an idiot a moment before. "Stop gawking and run!" Sheska climbed off of me and took off at a sprint. Thankfully, she'd managed to knock some sense back into me, and I scrambled to my feet to chase after her just as a tree branch smashed the ground behind me. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The whole clearing was in chaos. The treant charged about like an angry bull, its limbs whipping the air and smashing the earth in a storm of leafy death. Kale, Magnus, and Nataka were doing an excellent job of dividing its attention, but the smallest mistake would leave one of them a broken corpse on the forest floor faster than you could blink. I skidded to a halt next to Alaron. The elf muttered to himself as he studied the runes on the left-hand column of the stone arch. "Any chance you could get this working before nightfall?" "I'm trying," he said without turning around, "but your not-so-bright human colonist ancestors built their city directly over the region's waygate." I was in no mood for arcane nuance. "What does that mean in plain speak, Alaron?" "It means if I activate the portal without adjusting the terminal point first, it will tear whatever is nearby into tiny pieces. Oh, and our oaken friend over there might step through and rampage through the ruins a bit. But if you'd rather I'd cut a few corners—" His voice strained as though he struggled to lift a heavy weight, and I noticed sweat trickling down his forehead. I sighed and gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "No, you're doing great. Just try to hurry." I tightened my grip on my swords, then ran to help my friends. I dove over a tangle of roots and slashed down at them as I flew through the air. The treant had been about to crush Nataka like an insect, but my stinging cut drew its attention. As I landed in a crouch, its roots lashed around my ankles and held me in place as it turned its rage and its very heavy branches on me. I tried to pivot around to cut through the tangle that held me in place, but the angle sapped all the force from my blows. Then a flaming axe blade sliced through the air an inch from my nose and severed the roots in a single chop. I dove clear just as a branch left a dent in the ground where I'd stood, then looked up to see that Magnus had already done the same. We harried the huge tree like pups nipping at a mastiff's heels. Arrows, spear, great axe, longsword, and sabers all nicked and teased at it, dividing its attention just enough to keep it from ripping any of us into pieces. But we were playing a dangerous game. Seconds dragged into minutes. Then minutes became a whole lifetime. Sweat ran down my neck and stung at my eyes, and my limbs felt like I'd just run 10 miles through mud. "You want to lend a hand here?" I asked Safari. Or I tried to, anyway. The elven queen whose spirit had claimed a corner of my mind as her own back in the Shattered City had been silent ever since she'd saved my life and helped me defeat Tyrael. I'd been more than happy to leave it that way until now, but the looming possibility of death left me desperate enough to ask for her help. She didn't answer me, but I got the very distinct impression that the grand and glorious queen was sulking like a 5-year-old girl. Whatever happened to, "If you die, I die with you"? I had never heard an exasperated sigh in my mind before, but I recognized the sound immediately. "Now that we're out of the mirror realm, I'll simply return to my prison within the necklace if you die." "How nice for you." "You could still run. The guardian will not follow you beyond the clearing." I clenched my jaw and shook my head as I leapt over a swiping tree branch. "I won't just abandon my friends." "Then Cerelian save you, for I will not. I may be trapped in the mind of a fool, but I'll not be used by one." She said nothing more. I was on my own. I was amazed we'd managed to survive as long as we had, but I knew we couldn't keep it up much longer. "I've got it!" Alaron's excited voice rang through the clearing. I turned and saw that the stone archway now cracked and snapped with sparks of energy, and the space within the arch shimmered with the image of somewhere else altogether. I started running. Then my thoughts caught up with me, and I glanced back to make sure my friends had heard Alaron's call. They were right on my heels. Kale batted smaller branches away with his shield, while Magnus swept the larger roots aside with huge swipes of his axe. Sheska bounded through the air like an addict who'd just eaten an entire bag of crimson snow, leaping and twirling over anything in her path, while Nataka gestured with her spear to raise great blasts of earth and rock into the air to block the Treant's attack. We all ran as though Magrin's own horde was at our back. The enraged wooden monstrosity trying its best to turn us all into fertilizer made for rather effective motivation. I turned, put my head down, and focused on forcing my exhausted body to put one foot in front of the other. Kale charged past me as we closed in on the portal. I had no idea how the big man moved so fast, given that he'd been fighting just as long and hard as I had, while wearing 30 pounds more gear. I kind of hated him for it. "It was Calendin's 4th precept!" Alaron shouted with delight as we charged down on him. "Terribly clever of me, if I do say so. Once I applied that to the vector path, I was able to shift the terminus without—" His words trailed off in a yelp of surprise as Kale grabbed the elf in a bear hug and dove through the portal without missing a step. Sheska passed me on my left and leapt in after them, disappearing in a flash of light. As I closed in on the waygate, I saw the red and gold flags of Farshore City waving above tall wooden walls and clustered rooftops. The portal seemed to look down on the city from some distance away. The scene warped and rippled like agitated water, and something about the cracking bolts of energy that leapt off the archway gave me pause, but I didn't have time to think about it. I covered the last few steps in an exhausted stumble and flung myself into the waygate. Chapter 2. I've long since lost count of all the strange and unusual things I've seen in Danaan over the years, but to this day I still don't think anything quite compares to traveling through a waygate. We made the entire trip back to Farshore on foot. We scaled sheer mountain cliffs, forded rivers, and camped without fires to stay hidden from the dangers of the open wilderness. We stared up at the endless expanse of the stars each night, and filled the silence of long days with small truths and stories from our pasts. We fought off a pack of wolves the size of horses, whose eyes glowed green in the firelight. We crouched in the shelter of a fallen log as a pair of enormous rock trolls lumbered past. We grew closer. Magnus even started calling me Charity when he wasn't paying attention, instead of the human girl or Sticklegs. After weeks of weary hiking and countless footsore miles, we crested the rise of a hill and saw Farshore filling up the valley below us as a fresh ocean breeze cooled our skin. At the same time, we were swept away by a raging river of white light. We spun, tumbled, and floundered at impossible speeds through air and in between trees until I lost all sense of orientation or direction. There was no up or down, only the endless rush of speed that carried us forward. Both experiences were true, just as neither one was real. Have you ever stood with something just at the edge of your vision, so that even after you turn your head, its blurry outline still makes itself known? Now imagine if that sensation assaulted you from both sides, so that no matter which one you looked at, you were still half seeing the other. Traveling through the Waygate was something like that, and also nothing like that, but it's the closest I can get to a proper description. I soon gave up trying to observe both realities and just focused my attention on our careening trip down the River of Light. Of the two realities, it was by far the most dangerous. Sure, our slow journey had trolls and such to contend with, but the force and speed that bore me forward without pause threatened to undo me at every turn. Every time we were jolted into the sky or flung around a bend, I came out the other side a little bit wrong. Fingers in the wrong place, head facing backwards, and much, much worse. It took all of my focus and concentration to will myself back into the proper configuration. Reminding myself of who I was and what I looked like grew harder each time. Keeping myself together was difficult enough, but we also had to fight to keep the group together at the same time. It felt like the racing light never slowed or wavered, but we all seemed to move at different speeds nonetheless. We swept down a cliff, and by the time we reached the bottom, Nataka was a mile ahead of us. She strained backwards and managed to slow herself just enough for Magnus to reach her with Hilda's axe shaft and pull her back to the group. We sped through a pine forest, the light tossing us about like a dog with a scrap of meat as it threaded us between the trees. Aileron was flung out around a large boulder and would have continued sailing away from us if Kale hadn't lunged forward and caught him by the ankle. The worst moments came when we reached branches in the river. Every so often the flow would split in several directions, with other ribbons of light stretching off towards distant horizons. The momentum that carried us forward seemed to know which course to set us on, but there was always an undercurrent of force pulling us towards those other branches. Thankfully, those nexus points were bright enough that we could usually see them coming and cling to one another as we passed through. For all of our speed, I felt as though 10 lifetimes had passed since I stepped through the Waygate, and I hated every one of them. I was sick to my stomach the entire time, but every time I thought I might empty my guts, they shifted to a new place in or on my body. Nothing about our passage through this split reality made any sense, and I felt the fabric of my mind fray a little more with each passing second. In the few stretches of relative calm, I was able to shift my awareness back to the long journey we were also undertaking to try to stay grounded in something I could understand. Kale made the mistake of mentioning that their clan bard had chosen him to receive vocal training as a boy. After 2 days of heckling, he finally agreed to sing a song of his homeland for us. I didn't understand the words, but the haunting sorrow in his voice squeezed water from more eyes than mine. One night when everyone else lay sleeping, Sheska told me a secret she'd never shared with another soul before, but to this day I still can't remember what it was. Then I caught sight of the endless ocean in the distance. At first it was little more than a strip of blue peeking over the blurred green of grass, trees, and hills, but it spread larger and wider as we rushed towards it, and I knew that Farshore itself must be growing closer too. I took comfort in the knowledge that the hellish journey would soon be over. We swept over a hill, swirled through a dry riverbed, and struck another Waygate nexus without warning. A stream of light swept off to the north towards a range of distant snow-capped mountains. As we tumbled into the divided current, Sheska spun, ears over toes, into the other stream. In the chaos, no one else saw her being pulled away. I dove forward, ignoring everything as I reached for her. My fingers brushed against hers. I grabbed her hand. Then something yanked back hard on my leg and broke my grip. I tried to throw myself forward again, but she was already gone. I turned to find Aileron's hand clamped around my ankle and his grinning face not far behind. Then we arrived at our destination. Whenever I try to think back on our trip through the Waygate, I end up with a headache and a tangle of vague memories. I remember running towards the stone arch with an angry treant smashing the ground to bits behind me. Then I remember standing on a quiet hill looking down on Farshore as birds sang in the trees and sunlight warmed the grass at my feet. Everything in between is nothing but a crash of moments jumbled too close together, with none of the usual space of small daily life to soften and separate them. I stood dazed and shivering as the ocean breeze toyed with my hair, overwhelmed by an onslaught of memories that were both real and insubstantial in equal measure, except for one. "She's gone!" I screamed as I regained command of my voice. Birds took flight, and the rest of the group startled at the sudden noise. "What? Who's gone?" Magnus ground his palms into his eyes like a drunk rousing from a 2-day stupor. "Sheska is gone!" My feet must have sorted themselves out before my brain, because I was already walking north. Cale caught me by the shoulders. "Hold on. Damn it, Charity, just wait. What happened?" "She was carried off just before we arrived." I fought to break free, but he held firm. Tears filled my eyes as I shoved at him without much effect. She'd been afraid. In all the dangers we'd faced so far, I'd never seen Sheska anything but grim and resolute. But I'd seen the terror in her eyes in that awful moment when her hand was torn free of mine. She'd needed me, and I'd failed her. "Don't lose heart," Aileron said as he placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. I swatted it away and turned on him. "I almost had her! I could have saved her if you hadn't stopped me." All the stomach-churning fear and confusion that had built up inside me during that damned portal ride came pouring out in a fit of shaking rage. "You laugh and smile like nothing matters, but Sheska's gone, and it's your fault!" Aileron stumbled backward, his eyes wide with shock as I swiped a fist at his face. Nataka grabbed my other arm before I could throw another punch. "And if he hadn't caught you, then you'd both be lost. What good would that have done?" I strained against her grip with everything I had, though I doubt she even noticed. Then I sagged against her sturdy frame as all the wild strength and fury drained away from me in a sudden rush. "She's gone," I whispered, my voice a ragged mess. I'd always been alone. I'd worked with partners on occasion, until one of us betrayed the other. I'd found a few handsome faces to warm my bed, until one of us grew tired of the arrangement. The few souls I'd once called friend were long since dead, and I'd never had a face to put beside the word family. Not until a crazy halfling from the far side of the world had called me Kokoan, one who shares my breath, and proved that she meant it every day after that in large ways and small. She'd claimed me without warning, and I'd lost her just as suddenly. "You are too quick to despair." Nataka smoothed my hair as she spoke in the calm, steady tone I'd heard her use when calming a spooked horse. "We know only that she arrived in a different place than we did." "But you said the Waygate could break us." I couldn't help but think of all the dire warnings she'd pronounced as we'd searched for the damned gate in the first place. "It is possible, but possible does not mean certain. We are whole and well, after all." "She's right, lass," Magnus said as he patted my knee. The dwarf actually patted my goddamn knee. It was, without a doubt, the most tense and awkward thing I'd ever seen him do, but he did it nonetheless. I couldn't help but smile through my tears. "The tree rat is made of stronger stuff than you credit her for. She's safe and hale, or I'll eat my own beard." "I'll get her back, Charity." It took me a moment to recognize Aileron's voice. There was no jest in his words or his eyes. "I swear, by Cerelian's summer breath, I'll do everything in my power to return her to us safely." I swallowed hard, rubbed the water from my eyes, and nodded. "Okay, let's go find her." He blinked. "Well, I didn't mean right this very moment." "What?" He scuffed the toe of his boot in the dirt, looking for all the world like a boy who'd just been caught stealing sweets. "I can divine her location, but it will require time and several components that I don't have with me. And I've no doubt she's farther afield than our remaining supplies will carry us, especially on foot. So we just leave her out there on her own, in Vesta only knows what condition." The thought of Sheska lying in the snow with a leg where her head should be was twisting my guts into knots. "We finish our mission," Cale said as he turned towards Farshore. Once we've delivered the crown, and you've caught a night's sleep, you can buy a whole squadron of horses with your promised reward, and ride back out in the morning." The note of bitterness in his voice caught me up short, until I remembered that while the rest of us had been both bribed and blackmailed into this quest, Cale had simply been ordered to it by his master. We might be returning to a bright future, but he made his way back toward a cage of duty and obligation. Most men would have wished us well and headed for the hills rather than return to servitude. Cale had revealed next to nothing about himself or his past on our journey together, but I'd come to know him well enough to realize that he valued his honor more than life itself, which meant that once we marched through Farshore's gates, I'd likely never see him again. Now that I thought about it, I didn't know what the others planned to do once we were no longer bound together by the looming threat of death. Somehow, I doubted that their plans involved splitting the tab on a house and starting up a 6-piece band. Things were changing, and far too quickly. Just this morning, we'd been scrambling and swearing our way through an ancient forest thousands of miles from here. Now we stood just a short walk away from my freedom and the biggest payday I'd ever seen. I should have been ecstatic. 5 weeks ago, I would have been. Now I just felt tired and empty. Still, I couldn't argue with Cale's logic. As much as I wanted to race off to Sheska's rescue, I knew I wouldn't get far on my own. Once we'd handed Trebonius the crown and collected our reward, I'd badger Alaron into finding her for me, and then set out before the sun rose. Maybe one of them would even offer to come with me, though I was growing less confident of that by the minute. I nodded, feeling every inch a traitor, and together we started walking towards the city walls. Chapter 3. "One more step and I'll pin you to the ground." A gruff voice broke the morning quiet as we approached Farshore's northern gate. I looked up and saw the grizzled face of a Legion veteran wearing a purple-crested centurion's helmet. He was flanked by a dozen men on either side, each one pointing a crossbow down at us. "Come off it, Calix," Cale called up at him as he shaded his eyes against the sun. "We've dealt with enough shit today, and I'm in no mood to take more of it from you." "Cale?" The centurion leaned out over the gate for a better look. "Macrin's tits, it is you! Look at the man come marching out of the woods as bold as Balthus. Who did you think it was? Now crack this gate open before I grow a beard." The centurion shook his head. "You, I know, but you're keeping some strange company. Their kind aren't allowed to walk free outside the Mythic Quarter right now. There's been some trouble with the locals lately." I glanced at the others. Magnus scowled and squeezed a fist tight round Hilda's shaft. Nataka stared off towards the trees, and Alaron grinned to himself as always, but they all seemed content to let Cale do the talking for now. The tall warrior sighed and rubbed his temple. "Look, Calix, we're tired, we're hungry, and we've just crossed the continent twice over on a mission for Trebonius. I'll walk them to the arena myself every step of the way, but if you don't open the damn gate, you and your men will find yourself without a seat at the games for the next year, once I tell the arena master who it was that held us up over a pointless technicality." Calix opened his mouth to snap a reply, then seemed to think better of it. He frowned, then nodded to the soldier standing next to him. The man disappeared, and a moment later the heavy gate rolled open with a clatter of iron chains and heavy hinges. We walked inside, and the gate slammed shut behind us a moment later. Calix emerged from a door in the wall and clasped arms with Cale. "I'll let you buy me a drink and tell me of your adventures sometime." "It'll take more than one drink, I suspect." "Fine by me. Just keep a leash on the Mythics. Anything happens while they're walking in the city, and it'll be on both our heads." Cale frowned beneath his mustache, but nodded once before turning to lead us into the city. I took my first good look at Farshore as we walked. When I'd first arrived, my only view of the city had been what the prison wagon's route to the temple had allowed for. I realized now that it was both larger and more populated than I'd initially given it credit for. We skirted around a market square so full of shoppers, hawkers, jugglers, and criers that I doubted we could have squeezed in among them even if we'd been welcomed with open arms. We clearly were not. Everyone we passed shot wary or disapproving glances our way, and I saw more than a few hands drop protectively over a coin purse as we walked past. Farshore's main streets were all well paved with cobblestone, and some even boasted of stone gutters to carry the waste off to neighborhood cisterns. Houses and shops of 3 and even 4 stories lined the narrow lanes, offering shade from the sun and colorful signs to divert the eye and lure prospective buyers through their open doors. Most were set with windows of real glass that sparkled in the sunlight. Mothers hung laundry from windows and balconies. Fathers stood on street corners exchanging gossip disguised as news of importance. And children chased balls, stray dogs, and one another through horses' legs and dirt alleyways. It was strange to walk through a city after so many days and nights spent in the empty wilderness. I'd never noticed the constant rush, crash, and jostle of city life before. The cries and clamor of a city's streets had filled my ears every waking moment of my life until the day I'd ridden out through Farshore's gates to spend a month and more beneath the open sky. Now I found myself flinching at each shriek and startling back from every new shape that loomed up at the edge of my vision. The streets and buildings we passed were in far better repair than I was used to. Then I remembered that they had all been recently built, at least by Byzantian standards. Back home, every wall and paving stone rested atop the ruins of whatever had come before it. Buildings endured the wear of centuries until they finally collapsed or burned down, making way for new construction like old growth in a forest. But everything in Farshore had been built to plan all at once, and the result was a city marked more by the scent of fresh mortar and uncured wood than the cracks and dust of neglect. The streets Cale chose followed a gentle downward slope toward the sea. After almost 30 minutes of walking, I noticed that the condition of the surrounding buildings had begun to decline along with the slope of the hill. These streets had no gutters, leaving their houses waste to make its own way downhill. Glass windows had long since given way to wooden lattice and heavy shutters with iron bolts on the inside to lock them tight for the night. Shop signs were faded where they hung at all, and most of those who lingered on street corners held out a cup as we passed by. I didn't need 2 eyes to see that we had entered the outskirts of Farshore's slums. I was a bit surprised to find the familiar sights and smells of a rougher part of town here in a colonial city, but I realized that I shouldn't have expected anything less. Every city has one, just like every body has an ass crack, no matter how beautiful the rest of it might be. Put enough people together, and the ones who made the rules would always find ways to crowd those who were too poor to protest into the smallest possible space to keep their noise, stink, and problems contained and out of sight. Then the street we followed ended in a brick wall. Not the pleasant red brick and white mortar kind either. These bricks were the dull brown of baked mud left slick by rain and wind. It rose high enough in the air that I could barely make out the gray shingles of the houses on the far side. Our street took a sharp dogleg to the left to travel along the wall. After a few blocks, we came to the narrow gate that marked the entrance to the Mythic Quarter. Now that I saw it again, I remembered the place from my first ride through Farshore's streets. Not much had changed. 4 guards sat together by the gate, lounging on folding stools as they passed a bottle idly between them. Just inside the gate, the rough cobblestones gave way to hard-packed dirt lanes marked with holes and puddles of standing water. The buildings within were different as well. While the rest of Farshore could easily have passed for a Byzantian neighborhood, the structures of the Mythic Quarter were about as different from one another as buildings could be. Some were rough domes of mud and straw with feathers, painted stones, and sun-bleached bones set into the walls in intricate patterns. Others were graceful homes crafted from smooth, planed wood and decorated with trellises for climbing ivy and mourning bell. Still more were sturdy cottages of stone and heavy timber, and so on. Small clusters of similar buildings huddled together all along the street, marking each block as the domain of one race or another, and I imagined the same was true farther in. Mythics walk the street, of course. I didn't see a single human among them, but I recognized far more of the creatures than I had the first time I'd glanced inside. Orcs and elves were the most common, but I saw a fair number of dwarves walking in groups of 3 or 4. Halflings, too, staring with wide eyes at the stone buildings as the rest of the passers-by took a few extra steps to give them a wide berth. There were other creatures as well. A few short folk who looked somewhat like halflings, if halflings stood even shorter, wore fine clothes and cast nervous glances all around them as they walked. There were birds, too, not the normal kind. These stood well over 6 feet tall and walked on 2 legs, with their colorful feathers draped around them like cloaks. I saw a man-sized black cat haggling with a creature that could only be described as a fish out of water over the price of his mackerel. I saw a group of brawny lizards squatting by a wall, tossing dice and hissing at one another as they basked in the afternoon sun. And the strangest part of all was that none of it seemed all that strange to me anymore. My whole life, I'd seen nothing but human faces in the streets and heard nothing but human voices in my ears. Staring into the mythic quarter was like gazing into a dream, but where it had once been little more than a horrible nightmare, I now felt a small thrill of delight and surprise at each new discovery. The ancient heroes, Caius, Quintus, Aelia, and the rest, had channeled the divine's might in a great war to rid our land of magic and monsters. The legends said they had saved us all. Now I was beginning to wonder. Like watching sheep in a pen. Magnus spat on the ground and stormed off down the street without waiting to see if we followed. The centurion said the other races aren't allowed to walk free in the city anymore. I huffed as I pushed to catch up with him. Something about trouble with the locals? Bah! You humans always find a way to blame your troubles on the rest of us. It's not as though some of us haven't given them reason to be cautious, Nataka said as she cast a sideways glance at the angry dwarf. You bust up one flimsy tavern hall and they treat you like a damned criminal, Magnus grumbled into his beard. In Joskavar, it's not breakfast time until someone smashes a few tables first. And that's the problem, isn't it? Nataka stared at the ground as she walked, her voice thoughtful. We all come here with our own laws and customs, and every one of them is new and frightening for the humans. Perhaps locking the problem away behind a wall is an understandable way of dealing with that fear, in the end. Magnus turned on her, his cheeks growing hot and his hands clenched into fists. Do you approve of them caging us like animals in the mud? You enjoy it when those pale-skinned twigs point and stare and shut their doors as soon as they catch sight of you? Nataka stared down at him in silence for a moment before answering. I can seek to understand a thing without approving of it. You should try it sometime. Why do you all come here? I asked, seeking to redirect the conversation before it ran any further into rough waters. Cale caught my intent and offered an answer as he started us walking again. At first, most came to trade. You might have noticed that the natives of Danaan don't always get on so well together. So I've gathered, I said, while keeping my eyes fixed straight ahead. The Imperial Consortium is always hungry for goods of all kinds, and doesn't much care who provides them as long as the price is right. Before long, the native races figured out that Farshore makes for rather good neutral ground. They can meet here to exchange news, mend fences, and secure new arrangements more easily than if one group had to go into the other's lands. Puts everyone on an equal footing. That's how it began. But your city has become more than just a place of meeting, Nataka said behind me. How so? Among my people, the signs on the day of your birth set your life path before your first night has fallen. She pointed at Alaron walking beside her. The elves care only for how far back you can prove your family's blood flows, and who it flows from. It's really quite tedious, but what can one do? Alaron said with a shrug. In Magnus's beloved Joskavar, those who are not born to the warrior caste do little more than serve, farm, or craft for their betters, and those who are must prove their worth anew in blood and plunder every year, or be forever shamed. You say that like it's a bad thing, Magnus sniffed. Nataka ignored him as she looked up at the houses all around us and shook her head. But here, in this place, a person's future is what they make of it, no more and no less. It is a strange truth, but it holds appeal for those who find the expectations and traditions of their homeland too confining. Something in her voice told me that she spoke from experience. In the colony's early years, the governor offered free land to anyone who wanted to build on it, human or not, Cale said, picking up where Nataka had trailed off as we turned up a new street that led back uphill and away from the Mythic Quarter's walls. Aye, except he forgot to mention that wonderful free land sat in your city's armpit, and we'd not be allowed to leave it. Understandable or not, it won't be long until that wall brews up some real trouble, mark my words. We walked on for several more blocks. Then I spotted the familiar sight of the arena's walls peeking up behind the rooftops ahead of us. We turned a corner and found ourselves in the plaza that ringed the building. Cale led us around the curve of the wall, and I soon found myself standing before the entrance to the arena pits once again. The face of the man who stood guard by the door lit with surprise as he caught sight of our group marching towards him. Cale! Damn, man, but it's good to see you in one piece. And I'm not just saying that because now Davin owes me 2 silvers. That much? I'm hurt that he had so little faith in me, Cale chuckled as they clasped hands. Master Trebonius told us to expect you back, but not for another 3 weeks at least. We made good time. Is he here? He'll want to see us right away. Course he is. He's barely left his office since you set off. The man unlocked the door, swung it open, and gestured us inside. The sloping ramp was just as dark and ominous as last time. I may have been on my way to a full pardon, but I couldn't help but feel as if the freedom I'd come to enjoy since we first set out slipped away as the heavy door closed behind us. Chapter 4. Enter. Trebonius's thin voice beckoned us into his office. Cale pushed the door open and led us inside. Little had changed. The shelves were still stuffed with trinkets and oddities, logs still blazed in the hearth, and Trebonius himself still sat in the large chair behind his desk, looking for all the world like a very small spider in an oversized web. This time, however, I realized how much the room resembled Tyriel's Altarium in miniature, now that I'd seen the original in person. The bookshelves spaced along the wall mirrored the stone pillars in the Elven King's sanctum, and the table covered in ritual components provided the same focal point. Ah, my champions have returned. The arena master beamed at us from behind his desk, and in far less time than expected, no less. Your efficiency is most commendable. As my eyes fully adjusted to the light, I realized that one thing had indeed changed in the office since I'd stood there last. It was filthy. Dirty plates with moldy crusts and scraps were stacked in the corners next to rumpled piles of discarded clothing, and the faint scent of unwashed crazy lingered in the air. Trebonius frowned as he looked over our group a second time. But were there not 6 of you when you set out? Sheska was lost, I said, around a sudden squeeze in my throat. No need to give him any more details than necessary, especially as I caught sight of the box that still held our effigies, resting on the desk beside his hand. The less he knew of us, and the sooner we were free of this room, the better. I am saddened to hear it, but I assume her sacrifice was not in vain? I caught his meaning and slipped my pack to the floor to open it. Yeah, we have the crown. It's right. Tyriel's crown was gone. I'd secured it on the top of my pack this morning. Had it fallen out somehow during our trip through the waygate? It's right here. I looked up to see Alaron place Tyriel's crown on the desk in front of Trebonius. The man's eyes shone with a fierce and eager delight. "It's more beautiful than I'd imagined," he whispered, then smiled up at Aileron. "My friend, I confess I've had my doubts about you ever since you approached me with your proposal. Clearly, I owe you an apology." "Aileron, what is he talking about?" I asked, my heart in my throat. Aileron didn't answer. He didn't even turn around to look at me. Everything about this felt wrong. "Hasn't he told you?" Trebonius turned his smile on me, clearly enjoying the moment. "How do you think I knew of Tyriel's crown in the first place?" Aileron finally turned around. I saw pain in his eyes, but his face was grim and set. "I'm sorry, Charity. Truly. But I knew I couldn't retrieve the crown on my own. My people need a—" He caught himself short, swallowed, then continued. "A reminder of their past, if they're to have any hope of a future. Their need is greater than any one of us alone." "Whatever helps you sleep." I stood to my feet, feeling a sudden chill despite the clinging heat of the fireplace, and began to back towards the door. "But since you've got your treasure, I think the rest of us will just be going now." "Oh, I'm afraid not." Trebonius stood to his feet and rang a small silver bell on his desk. 4 arena guards carrying iron-banded clubs swept into the room and blocked the door. "It will take me some time to fully unlock the power of this artifact, and I can't risk word of it reaching the wrong ears before I do." "Restrain them." The guards moved in pairs to flank Magnus and Nataka. The dwarf snarled and reached for his axe, but one club bashed his arm aside as another bounced off his skull, leaving him dazed but still standing. Nataka growled, but didn't fight back as the guards closed in on her. "Kale, lend a hand, would you?" Trebonius said without looking up from the crown. Kale didn't move, his face filled with surprise and dismay. When he realized that his command had no effect, Trebonius looked up and frowned. "I meant now, fool, not next week." "Master, this is wrong," Kale said through clenched teeth. Trebonius's frown deepened into a full scowl. "You would defy me in this? Now, of all times? Need I remind you of your oath?" All the color drained from Kale's cheeks, but he turned and gripped my arm without further protest, his eyes on the floor. "Better," Trebonius said as his smile returned. "However, I suppose I am being rather unfair. I should at least allow you to stay and witness the fruits of your efforts." He turned to Aileron and nodded. "I have studied and practiced as you instructed since the moment you left the city, but I had expected several more weeks to prepare." "I'm certain you are more than ready. Place Tyriel's crown upon your head, and all of his considerable power will be yours to command." "Stop him!" Safary's voice rang in my mind as Trebonius lifted the crown overhead. I remembered what had happened to me when I first put on her necklace, and everything fell into place. "Wait!" "I've waited long enough." The arena master placed the crown on his head. Trebonius's eyes went wide. Then they went white. His pupils disappeared as an emerald green light beamed from his nose, ears, and mouth. He stood frozen in a silent scream for a long moment. Then the light faded away, and he blinked like a newborn babe. His eyes were now a cruel and piercing green. They had been brown a moment before. Aileron dropped to one knee. "Sasania and Loris, Tyriel Tai." Trebonius stretched like a cat rousing from a long nap, then looked at me and bared his teeth in a wicked grin. "Why, hello again, little girl. How nice to see you in the flesh this time." "We have to go." I'd never heard Safary's voice so full of panic. "He'll sense my presence any moment now." Kale stood frozen with shock, and I had no doubt that the other guards were even more surprised, offering us a brief moment of distraction. It was a slim chance, but I knew I wouldn't get a better one. There was just one thing that needed doing before we ran. I drove my fist into Kale's stomach, pivoting all my weight on my hips, just like he'd taught me. The breath flew from his lungs, and he dropped to his hands and knees, leaving me a clear path. I jumped over Aileron where he still knelt on the floor, grabbed the box of effigies off the desk, and hurled it into the fireplace. I'd been thinking that escape would prove rather pointless if we left behind the means for Tyrael to just reach out and murder us whenever he chose. I didn't even know if tossing them in the fire would work, but it was the best I could come up with on short notice. It turns out that a box full of enchanted whatevers does not appreciate being burned to ash. The hearth exploded in a rolling ball of fire and smoke, slamming Tyrael into the desk and throwing the rest of us to the ground. I rolled to my feet, shook my head to clear the ringing from my ears, and turned for the door. "Run!" I yelled as I hauled Magnus to his feet and shoved him forward. Nataka was already rising. I helped her up, and together we stumbled out into the hall. I heard Tyrael screaming in Trebonius' shrill voice for the idiots to get up and go after us, but I wasn't waiting around to find out how long that would take. We charged up the sloping ramp towards the surface, then skidded to a halt in front of the locked door. I held up a hand for silence, then rapped my knuckles on the heavy door a few times. I waited until I heard the heavy bolts scrape back, then nodded to Magnus. He threw his considerable weight against the door and smashed it open. A muffled yelp of surprise was cut off with a crunch as the door slammed the guard into the stone wall, and we ran out into the open air. The sun was down, leaving only a dim orange glow in the sky. Lanterns and firelight shone from windows and spilled from open doors into the darkening street that Nataka and Magnus were already running towards, but the plaza itself was empty. I set off after them. "Stop!" I'd only made it a dozen steps when I heard a familiar voice behind me. I kept running. A crossbow bolt ricocheted off the stone in front of me, forcing me to a stumbling halt. I turned around just as Cale finished loading another bolt and aimed it at my chest. "You missed." Cale frowned and shook his head. "Please don't make me do it." "From where I'm standing, no one is making you do a damned thing, Cale." "You don't understand." He sounded like someone was digging a knife into his heart as he spoke. I knew the feeling. "You're God's damned right I don't understand. We traveled together, fought together." I was starting to think that meant something. "Of course it does, but no!" I screamed across the space between us. "You don't get to make excuses. You can either let me go or shoot me where I'm standing, but don't you dare pretend the choice is anything but yours to make." He didn't move, but I saw that his hand shook on the crossbow's stock. Then he sighed and lowered the weapon. "They'll come after you. I can't stop that." "Then come with me," I said as I pointed to the empty street just a few steps away. He took a step forward, then stopped and shook his head. "I can't." I couldn't see his face, but his voice was as ragged as broken glass. "Trebonius is gone, Cale." "You don't know that. If there's even a slim chance I can help him, then I have to try." I opened my mouth to argue. I'd fought Safari off twice, so I knew the stakes of that battle better than anyone. I would have told him every detail if it would have changed his mind, but cries of alarm and the clatter of boots echoed through the door behind him. He spun around to look down the passage, then turned back to me. "I want to help you, Charity, but I can't protect you if you run." I shook my head, glad that the growing dark hid my face as I fought back tears. "I don't need a savior, Cale, but I could have used a friend." I turned and ran before he could respond. I pumped all my pain and anger down into my legs, grateful for something to focus on other than the dull ache in my chest. Cale refused to break free of a dead man's leash, and it seemed that Aileron had never been what I thought he was. Sheska was lost and alone. Magnus and Nataka were nowhere in sight, and the growing cries of "Stop her!" and "There she goes!" behind me left me no time to look for them now. I was on my own and on the run. But for the first time since I stepped off the prison ship and into Farshore, I finally knew exactly what I was doing. There's a certain art to a foot chase. It's your wits and speed set against as many guardsmen as they can muster. You set the pace, but if all you do is run, they're bound to cut you off or catch you up sooner or later. You have to think faster than your feet, and find a way to get out of sight until the heat dies down. Farshore's streets may not have been familiar, but every city follows the same kind of logic in the end. It was evening now. Most folk would be in their homes, but those without much of a home to go to would be headed to a tavern. I passed up 2 narrow alleys that felt like dead ends until I found one that felt right. I cut between 2 houses and out onto another street, and there I saw what I was looking for. A small crowd of young laborers, unwed craftsmen, and the unhappily married shared lit pipes and the day's news on a tavern's covered porch. Its glowing windows framed their silhouettes as they waited for the dinner bell to sound. Shouts rang in the alley behind me as 3 men ran into the street further ahead. I raced towards the tavern without looking back, leapt up onto the porch steps, and ignored the chorus of protests as I shoved my way through the crowd and tumbled into the common room. It was warm, well lit, and smaller than I was used to, which meant that even though many of the patrons still waited outside, the room was busier than I had expected. I spotted the door to the kitchens on the other side of the bar, but all the bodies in my path would slow me down too much. Thankfully, however, the serving girl had only just begun to set the tables. I jumped up onto the nearest one, ran down the length of it as men shouted, and the poor girl at the other end screamed and dropped the plate she carried with a crash. As I reached the end of the table, I jumped over her head, rolled over the bar, and crashed to the floor. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but I gritted my teeth and forced myself to scramble up and into the kitchen. The room was a mess of shocked faces, wood smoke, and vegetable peels. I dashed between 2 women and slid beneath their prepping table as I made for the back door, then burst out into the chill night air again. The tavern backed onto a small yard formed by the tall walls of the adjacent buildings. There was a trash heap in one corner, an outhouse in the other, and no way out. In short, it was perfect. I ran across the yard toward the outhouse. I was relieved to see that Farshore citizens still built their outhouses in Byzantian style, a small wooden structure raised a short distance off the ground on stilts, so that some unfortunate soul could muck out the pit when it got too full. Please don't tell me you're thinking of hiding inside that cesspool. Better. I'm thinking of hiding underneath it. I dropped into a slide that carried me boot first into the shithole. I choked, gagged, and forced myself deeper into the filth. Oh, gods, I can smell it! I don't even have a nose, and I can smell it! Are you an animal? Sometimes you just have to be willing to get a little dirtier than the other guy is willing to. Unacceptable! I felt my arms move on their own, reaching for solid ground. What are you doing? I yanked back my hands as if they'd just touched a hot oven, but my feet began to push me up out of the filth of their own accord. I'm putting an end to this interminable prison. You're going to get us both killed. No, I'm going to get you killed. My necklace will be claimed by someone else, and I'm certain that absolutely anyone would make for a more tolerable vessel than you. I fought to regain control of my limbs, standing half out of the cesspool as I twitched and jerked like a madman. Then I got smart and forgot about my body to focus on the source of the problem. The first 2 times Safri had come after me had been focused and vicious. This was different. She was distracted, agitated, and just trying to move my body somewhere more to her liking, rather than shredding my soul so she could take over completely. That left me with a lot more space to think and respond. And in that space, I began to wonder if what I was facing now was really all that different from the challenges that Mother Shanti and the other Vestan sisters used to set in front of me. To the Vestans, knowledge was a weapon, and logic was the hand that wielded it. Cold logic in the face of emotion required strict mental discipline, which they honed through countless hours of meditation and stoic detachment in the face of physical discomfort, or even pain. Mother Shanti once made me hold my hand scant inches above a candle flame, with only the knowledge that the fire would not kill me, to shield me from the pain. She switched my back every time I flinched, until I learned to separate myself from the reality of the moment. As Safari tried to push me onto the eager blades of the guardsmen who fought their way through the crowded tavern, I closed my eyes and began to wield the lessons I'd sweated and bled for against her. I pictured a thick wall of stone soaring up into the clouds, then placed a small door at its center. I opened the door and focused all my energy on shoving her through it. "What are you doing?" "I think you and I could use some time apart, but you can't just—" I slammed the door shut and locked it tight. The silence that followed was the best sound I'd heard in days. I knew that Safari was still there, and would likely find her own way back through my mental barrier in time, but at least now I could focus on keeping myself alive and uncaptured. I took a deep breath and pressed myself back down into the muck. By the time the pursuing guards poured into the yard, I was just one more disgusting lump that no one would hazard a first look at, let alone a second. All that was left was to hold very still and breathe as little as possible, while I waited to see if Farshore's guards were as lazy as the ones back home. "Shit," panted a short, thick-set man who was very badly out of breath. "Where'd she go?" "I saw her run through here, I tell you," said another. "Just spread out and search. She must be hiding somewhere." The men fanned out across the yard, searched the dark corners, poked at the trash heap, and badgered the fat one into climbing up to look inside the outhouse. "Not here either," he said around a coughing fit. He moved as far away from the stench as he could get. I might have heaved a sigh of relief if I hadn't been sure it would kill me on the spot, and I don't blame her. Must have gone over the wall somehow. Not unless she grew wings. Well, she's not here. Come on, let's go back and tell the master we lost them. I'll leave that to you. Did you see the look in his eyes? I think he's finally snapped." Their bickering voices blended into the general din of the tavern, but I waited another minute to be sure. Once I was confident that they weren't coming back, I hauled myself out of the muck and lay gasping on the grass like the most vile and disgusting fish ever caught. I rolled around in the grass to try and clean myself off a little. It didn't help. Finally, I stood to my feet and thought about what to do next. A few hours ago, we'd been on our way to freedom and the biggest payday of my life. Now I was a shit-covered fugitive with no friends, no money, and nowhere to hide. Now that the immediate danger had passed, all I wanted to do was sit down on the grass and cry. Well, first bathe for a week, then sit down on the grass and cry. Then my jaw tightened as I remembered the sight of Tyriel's smug smile on Trebonius's face. I didn't care if I had to fight through 100 guards and flee into the woods naked. There was no way I would give him the satisfaction of seeing me in chains. I took a careful breath and got my thoughts in order. I needed clean clothes, shelter, and food in that order. Clothes and food I could steal, but finding a place to lay low was more of a challenge. I knew Byzantia's streets from a lifetime of running them, but Farshore was a stranger, and I couldn't afford the time to get to know her better. Still, as a general rule, when you needed to hide from the law, the safest bet was to dig yourself a hole in the roughest neighborhood you could find and stay there till they grew tired of looking. Thankfully, I already knew where to find Farshore's local slum. As an added bonus, I knew that Magnus and Nataka would be headed there as well. Where else could an orc and a dwarf lay low in the only human city in Danaan? I squared my shoulders and headed for the Mythic Quarter. Chapter 5. I landed on the far side of the wall, slipped, and sprawled face first in a mud puddle the size of a Drangian elephant. I had come over the wall in the narrow space between its imposing bulk and a log and mortar building that sat just on the other side. Perfect for keeping out of sight, but the building's shadow had apparently kept the sun from drying out the waterlogged ground for the past 50 years or so, judging by the 3-inch deep mess that was currently trying to suck me under. I pushed up to my knees as I tried to scrape the muck from my eyes. Then I thought about it for a moment, grabbed 2 big handfuls of the stuff and smeared it onto the rest of my skin and clothes. I was already a filthy brown mess from head to toe, but at least the mud helped to cover up the stench somewhat. Taking a breath without having to fight off a wave of nausea was a nice change at least. You know you're having the wrong kind of day when having mud squelched into your boots, nose, mouth, and hair actually counts as an improvement on your situation. I tried not to think about it too much as I stood to my feet and took a look around. It hadn't been too hard to find a house built close enough to the wall to provide a makeshift ladder into the mythic quarter while avoiding the gate. Somehow I didn't think the guards would just bid me a good evening if I tried to walk past them in the state I'd been in. But that meant I'd drop down into some out-of-the-way corner of an unfamiliar neighborhood. And if the mythic quarter was anything like Byzantia's East End, then its residents were more likely to swing first and ask questions later if they caught a mud-caked stranger skulking around their back windows. It was full dark by now. I didn't see any sign of movement, which meant I could finally stop long enough to catch my breath and think things through. As soon as I did, a wave of panic and choking tears threatened to sweep me away. The day had moved too fast and hit far too hard. That morning I'd awoken to the smell of Magnus's cooking and a fresh mountain breeze. Aileron and Nataka had started arguing about searching for the waygate before the porridge cooled. At the time, I'd wanted to dump my bowl over their heads. Now I would have gladly turned all the treasure I'd looted from Queen Safary's chamber over to the proper authorities to hear their bickering again. If I hadn't been forced to leave it behind when we escaped Trebonius' study, that is. I growled, shook my head to keep the breakdown at bay, chose a direction at random, and started walking. Losing 5 friends in one day had to be some sort of record, even for me. Even as I wove through one narrow alleyway after another, I could feel the tight knot of pain and helpless anger twitching in my chest as it waited for a chance to break free. All I wanted was to crawl into a hole and sob for a bit, but I was tired, cold, hungry, and lost in unfamiliar and dangerous territory. I couldn't afford to slow down until I'd addressed at least 3 out of those 4 problems. I locked my feelings and fears about tomorrow away like Mother Shanty had taught me, and focused all my attention on the here and now. Now that the sun had left the sky, the night air had grown chill, and I had a feeling it was going to get colder still. I needed a safe place to get some sleep. Food wouldn't hurt either. All of which meant that first I needed to find some way to clean up a bit, or else I'd just be tossed out of every tavern or hostelry in sight before I took 2 steps through the front door. I wove my way through back alleys and narrow side lanes until I found what I was looking for. Every Byzantian city planner worth his salary knows that their first task is to plan an adequate number of well sites within their city's walls. Food could be imported, buildings could be demolished and relocated, but a city without water was worse than useless. Sure enough, after 3 or 4 random turnings, I found a small plaza with a stone well to one side. It was enclosed on all sides by rear walls of wood and stone. 2 sandstone benches sat beneath the windows of the largest building, a ramshackle 3-story with wide eaves and climbing ivy that traced thick patterns up its gray stone walls. Light and raucous tavern noise spilled out of the windows in equal measure. Best of all, a clothesline ran from one of the window sills to a nearby tree, and a few stray garments still hung uncollected. The only other entrance to the square was a short alley on one side of the tavern that led out to a wide street beyond. I waited another minute just to make sure the way was clear, then slipped across the square to the well. I drew up a bucket, held my breath, and dumped it over my head. I nearly screamed. The water was the kind of angry cold that one usually finds in mountain streams or the deepest pits of the 8 hells. I braced myself, then drew up another and scrubbed at the clinging filth as the freezing water dug its fingers into every inch of me. 1,000 needles stabbed at my skin, but the mud and shit gave way before the onslaught, leaving me shivering and miserable, but relatively clean. I dropped the bucket back into the well and went in search of drier clothes. The clothesline held a white cotton shirt, brown trousers, a faded gray scarf, and a pair of socks that would have hung loose even on Magnus's feet. Everything was 3 sizes too large, but they were also dry, and just then I would have kissed a camel to be dry again. I peeled off everything other than my boots and the enchanted necklace that I couldn't have pried off my neck with a crowbar. I tossed the sodden mess into the bushes, used the enormous socks to towel off, then slipped on the shirt and pants. I felt like a child playing dress-up, but a few quick knots at my sleeves and ankles ensured that everything stayed more or less in place. Then I glanced down and noticed one glaring problem. Safari's necklace glowed in the moonlight, sending wisps of brilliant energy spiraling out from the gemstone. I tried again to lift it over my head, but didn't hold out much hope. Sure enough, every time I thought about removing the damn thing, my arms froze in place. It seemed that even from within the mental prison I'd created, Safari's interference ran deep enough to stop me from getting rid of her that easily. I sighed, then grabbed the scarf from the line and tied it around my neck. The spring chill wasn't really cold enough to warrant it, but the strange looks I might draw for wearing unseasonable clothing were nothing compared to the ones I'd attract if someone spotted the priceless hunk of white gold and gemstones I was sporting. Given the circumstances, keeping the necklace hidden was about the best I could hope for. Still, some clean clothes did wonders for my disposition, and I crept up to look in the windows, feeling almost human again. The tavern shutters were closed and bolted against the chill spring air, but I jumped up onto one of the benches and found a crack wide enough to peek through. The mess hall glowed with a warm and welcoming light from a fire that blazed away in the large hearth on the far side of the room. The walls were hung with colorful weavings and bunches of dried herbs and flowers, and I could just see the corner of a well-stocked bar to my left. If the food they served tasted half as good as the scents I smelled, then I had no doubt that the place would have become the most popular drink house in the East End within a fortnight if the owners had set up shop in Byzantia. But while the tavern's offerings would have no doubt drawn every dockhand, peddler, and cutpurse within a dozen blocks, its patrons would have sent them screaming back out into the night just as fast. A trio of orcs slammed fists and mugs on their table in time with the rhythm of the gravel-pitched song they belted out. A half-dozen dwarves shouted wagers and insults as two of their number strained and heaved in the throes of an arm-wrestling contest that seemed primed to break into a full-on brawl at any moment. Elves in brown leathers, white linen, and green capes lounged gracefully in chairs about the room as they sipped their drinks, and any number of those small, not-quite-halflings I had spotted earlier sat on benches or stood against the wall as they downed huge mugs of something or other and gestured wildly in a heated debate. An orc woman in a blue dress came bustling into view carrying a tray of plates and bowls. She deposited them on various tables with practiced efficiency, then turned and marched back towards the kitchen, ignoring the good-natured protests of those who hadn't been served yet. The place was a riot of color, sound, and energy, but I sensed the undercurrent of contained chaos that a born barman always maintained over his common room. In short, the place was everything you wanted a good tavern to be. The sight of plates loaded with sausage, grilled vegetables, and fresh-baked bread swept away any lingering hesitation that might have kept me from trying my luck inside. I hopped down to the ground and made my way around towards the front of the building. I paused in the shadows and surveyed the street. The same mismatched assortment of buildings lined both sides, but aside from a few dark shapes in the distance, the road was empty. A sign hung over the tavern's front door. The ornate brass mug spilling over with white foam made sense, but it sat next to a plate piled high with some kind of lumpy green vegetable that I didn't recognize. The tavern door stood open and inviting. There was a good chance that walking through it would be the first step to landing my ass back in the arena cells. No doubt the owners would receive some kind of reward for turning me in if they found out I was a fugitive. But after the night I'd been having so far, I was ready to take that chance if there was even the slightest hope of a decent meal and a bed to sleep in. The day had been one long string of disasters from the moment we'd stepped through Aileron's damned waygate, but surely that meant I was due for a spot of luck by now. I took a deep breath, then stepped out into the street and headed for the door. I marched inside and wove through the crowded room as I headed towards the bar. No one noticed me at first. Then I heard the hall behind me grow suddenly quiet as everyone caught sight of the bedraggled human girl pushing through their midst with wet hair, muddy boots, and clothing loose enough to cover two of her. I didn't slow down or look around me as I pressed forward. The only cards I had left in my hand were surprise, confusion, and the lingering stench of the outhouse keeping them at bay, and I played each one to win. Whoever owned this place was the only one in the room that really mattered. If I could look him in the eye and talk really damned fast, I might be able to make a deal before the tavern patrons gathered their wits and tossed me back into the street, or worse. I slipped between two startled elves to claim a space at the bar, then knocked twice on the polished oak to call for service. The barman came out through the kitchen door. I had to tilt my head back to look up into his face. I stared up at him in shock as my brain processed what my eyes were seeing. Eventually, it decided that I was probably looking at a human man. He stood closer to 7 feet than 6. His face was hidden beneath a black beard thicker than a dog's winter coat, and his broad chest and shoulders would have put a draft ox to shame, but he seemed to be human all the same. I gaped up at him, my mind blank and my tongue tied in knots as his bushy eyebrows drew together like twin storm clouds. "Why you are wearing my shirt?" His voice was the rumble of distant thunder, but the shock of recognition I felt as I heard his accent jolted me back to the moment. The man was Novari, and suddenly I felt right at home. "I offer greeting beneath the all sky," I said as I reached down and started pulling off my left boot. His eyes went wide as he heard the formal greeting of his people for what I guessed was the first time in years. I'd worked a job with a Novari once. The rest of the crew cut and ran when the watch patrol came back early, but he stayed with me till we were both in the clear. There weren't many of their folk who made the long journey from the frozen north down to Byzantia's sun-drenched streets, but I hadn't met one yet that I didn't end up liking, at least a little bit. The boot clung to my foot with mud-caked determination, but I finally yanked it loose and gave it a good shake. Its contents tumbled out onto the bar. The barman's eyes grew wider still as the gem-studded ring caught the firelight and sent it dancing across the ceiling. It had raised one hell of a blister on my big toe since I'd stuffed it there back in the elven palace, but it had proved well worth it. In the right hands, that ring was worth more than enough to buy a round of drinks for the whole room, with a bottle of their best booze left over. I looked the Novari straight in his still startled eyes and gave him my best smile. "It's yours, if you bring me a plate of food, a mug of your best brew, give me a room for the night, and don't ask too many questions." The man's frown turned into a full-fledged scowl. "You think to bargain at me with a stolen thing?" Damn. I'd forgotten that the reason the Novari I'd worked with had been running the streets in the first place was that he'd been cast out by his people for stealing. They have a thing about theft, something about it being worse than a murder because of some twisted bit of logic that only someone who'd never been one crust away from starvation could think up. In my current state, even an infant could have told you that the ring wasn't mine. I shook my head, careful to keep my eyes fixed on his and my voice calm and casual as I answered. "Not stolen. Recovered. I found it in a ruined city, and believe me, I earned every ounce of it, coming and going." The big man's scowl didn't break. I swallowed hard, but held my ground. Then the storm clouds parted as suddenly as they'd appeared, and he beamed an enormous smile down on me. "Oh, that is all right then." His hand moved, and the ring was gone. He moved fast for such a big ox. "Anya!" he bellowed towards the kitchen, then turned back to study me with keen interest. "You are an adventurer, yes? I have the adventure dream too, but Anya has said, no. Too much business, you see?" I followed his gesture around the room and nodded, then turned back to the bar in time to see a she-bear in an apron emerge from the kitchen with murder in her eyes. "Alexei Gregorovich, what have I told you about shouting to me? Your leg is broken now? You can't walk 5 feet?" the woman asked as she slapped the back of the barman's head to emphasize her point. From the way the big man flinched, I was fairly certain that slap would have knocked me unconscious. "Sorry, Morning Dove, I forget." Alexei rubbed the back of his head as he pointed down at me. "But look, we have new guest." The woman was every inch Alexei's equal. She could have eaten me whole and asked for seconds. I had to fight the urge to tuck a stray curl of hair behind my ear as Anya glared down at me. I hadn't felt like such a fidget of a girl since the last time I stood on the receiving end of one of Mother Shanty's lectures. "Why she is wearing your shirt?" "Oh, right." I looked down at the bed sheet that they kept calling a shirt. "Mine was ruined, you see, so I borrowed this one. I promise I'll return it in the morning." Anya looked at Alexei, doubt plain on her face. "She has paid up front?" Alexei nodded and retrieved the ring from his pocket. Anya's smile could have caused flowers to bloom early. She stepped around the bar and swept me along towards a corner table. "For this, I think you may keep the shirt. Come, you look like you have been hungry for 10 years. Sit." She plopped me onto a bench in the middle of a pack of the little not-halfling creatures. "Talk with gnomes while Goruda bring food to you. They will like you." Her glare made it clear that her words were a command, not a guess. The little gnomes gulped and bobbed their heads as Anya marched back to the kitchen, then stared at me like a flock of startled sparrows. Hello," I said in a poor attempt to break the awkward silence. They looked like a set of dolls brought to life, all nervous twitching and large, bright eyes. The one to my left reached a small hand towards my shoulder as though I were a stray dog he wanted to pet. "Don't touch it, Bodo," snapped a lady gnome across the table. "You'll catch an illness." The little thing snatched his hand back, then turned and stuck his tongue out at her. "Come off it, Moki. You've not one scrap of evidence to support your theory. Why, it doesn't even deserve to be called a theory. It's just a guess." "How dare you!" Moki gasped and covered her mouth as though Bodo had just hit her with the foulest obscenity known to gnomes. For all I knew, maybe he had. "I'll have you know that I shook hands with a human just last week, and I've had the sniffles ever since." Something poked my ribs. I turned to find a wizened old gnome with a bulbous nose and wispy white hair grinning up at me. "How about it, human? Got any diseases in you?" "None that I know about." I was rather proud that I managed to answer without laughing. "Ha! You see, Moki? Nothing to fear." Moki scowled at me and shook her head. "That only proves that this human is healthy. We can't know about the species as a whole until we conduct a triple-blind study. I keep telling you that we need to—" They broke into a rousing argument and soon forgot all about me as they shouted about procedures and methodologies, which was fine by me, because just then the orc woman I'd seen before arrived with the most beautiful plate of food I had ever laid eyes on. "Anja has your room ready. She said to let her know when you're ready to turn in." I nodded as I tried to keep from drooling, then dove on the food as soon as she set it down. By the time she returned with a mug of ale, I'd already scraped the plate clean. I looked up to find the gnomes staring at me in slack-jawed wonder. As I swallowed my last bite, they broke into a chorus of wild cheering. "Marvelous! Well done indeed! Such vigor! A true patron of the culinary arts. Can she do it again, do you think, or was it luck? Probably need to wait 5 minutes or so to find out." Garuda set a plate of the strange green vegetables I'd seen on the sign next to my mug. I picked one up and sniffed at it as the gnomes watched eagerly. "Go on, then. 2 bites or less." "What are they?" "Never seen a pickle before?" I shook my head. "Don't feel bad. We hadn't either until Alexei and Anya showed up and started serving them with every mug of ale. Now we can't live without 'em." The pickle had a kind of sour-sweet smell to it. I put it back on the plate and pushed it away. "I think I'll pass." A dozen gnomes all gasped and covered their mouths in unison. But, you have to eat them. You're in the ale and pickle, after all." "The ale and pickle? Seriously?" The gnomes all nodded enthusiastically as Moki slid the plate back to me. I sighed, retrieved a pickle, and crunched into it. Despite my misgivings, it wasn't half bad, and I earned another round of gnome cheers for my bravery. "Excellent! Now, this time dip it in your ale and get some foam on it first." I allowed my strange flock of dinner companions to instruct me on the finer points of pickle eating. I let their antics pull a laugh or two out of me, and focused on enjoying the first good drink I'd had in weeks. Anything to keep the looming question of what in the hells I was going to do next, at bay for just a little longer. Chapter 6. The sound of boots striking smooth cobblestone broke the night's quiet as Cale and Alaron followed Tyrael up the road to the governor's villa. The building occupied the heights of the only hill enclosed within Farshore's walls, offering the finest views and freshest breezes the city had to offer. The rest of the Scoli Primaris spread out across the slope of the hill. The first district technically drew its name from the fact that its foundations had been the first laid within the city, but the wide lanes, cypress groves, spacious homes, and elegant statuary made it plain that the wealthy and powerful who lived there felt it deserved its name for more immediate reasons. "Did you know this would happen when you gave him the crown?" Cale whispered. The light from their torches illuminated the frown that hadn't left his face since Charity and the others disappeared into the city with a dozen arena guards on their heels. "Of course I did," Alaron snapped with no trace of his usual good humor. "Your odious little master planned to use the crown to lay claim to the city. The rituals I taught him to practice made him more susceptible to Tyrael's influence, but he was so greedy for power that I'm certain he would have done himself in soon enough without my help. I'd planned on taking Tyrael back to Sherael Caradis. In truth, I thought we'd be well outside the city walls by now." Cale clenched his teeth, but said nothing. The elf had given a flowery speech about the plight of their people and the impending doom they couldn't survive without Tyrael's strength and guidance, but the elven ghost inside Trebonius's head had simply waved him off. He'd called for the finest food and wine available, then savored each bite with such utter delight you'd have thought he had never tasted food before. Cale hadn't taken his eyes off of him the entire time, searching in vain for some sign that even a small part of the man who held his blood oath was still in there. He'd expected the Elven King to be angry when a messenger interrupted his feast with a summons to an immediate audience with the governor. But Tyrael had been delighted, and they'd set off immediately. "If the others have come to harm because of your treachery, I will kill you myself." "Bah," Alaron said with a wave of his hand. "I'm sure they're all just fine. Honestly, I don't know why they made such a fuss about bolting off like that in the first place. Probably because they're smart enough to realize what an incredibly bad idea this was." Cale still had no clear memories of their final confrontation with Tyrael in the strange mirror realm of the Shattered City. The only thing his mind found when he tried to recall those events were screams, blood, pain, and the strains of a shrill and mocking laughter. "Then why didn't you scamper off with them?" Cale shook his head. "You may have shoved your precious king inside his head, but Trebonius still holds my oath." He thought back to the slave block, to the cold winter wind and the bitter shame that filled his heart. He remembered the thin-faced man in the black tunic who had made the final bid, and the shock of their first and last conversation as master and slave. He owed the Byzantian more than he could repay in his lifetime. Cale's fist clenched tighter on the torch he carried. He would free Trebonius from Tyrael's control if he had to reach into the man's skull and drag the damned ghost out with his bare hands. Those dark thoughts carried him to the villa's grand entrance. The road ended in an open circle where carriages could discharge guests and horses could be passed on to waiting stable hands. White marble statues of the 5 divines in classical poses lined the circle, guiding the eye towards the villa's facade. Columns of polished gray marble divided the wall into even sections, while carvings of antique scenes filled the frieze above them. The villa was actually a collection of buildings: a grand dining hall for entertaining, private baths to escape summer's heat and winter's chill, and the private residences that would have supported the governor's family if he'd had one. 2 legion soldiers in full armor flanked the villa's doors. They gave no indication that they noticed the approaching strangers, but the doors swung open as they stepped into the lantern light to reveal an elderly man in the white tunic and red sash of a household servant. He offered a very slight bow, then gestured inside. "Master Trebonius, Governor Caligas is expecting you." Delightful. Tyrael stepped past the man without looking at him, and continued on down the hallway with Cale and Alaron at his heels. The servant hurried to catch up with him, then proceeded to guide them through the maze of hallways and gardens with the ruffled dignity of an owl roused from slumber. Soon they came to a halt before a thick oak door. The servant knocked twice, then turned on his heels and marched away without a backward glance. "Come in." Tyrael pushed the door open and stepped inside. The governor's stateroom was lavishly furnished. Paintings and polished silver mirrors covered the walls. Busts and demi-sculptures stood on pedestals while rich carpets cushioned their steps. Caligus stood behind a large mahogany desk covered with quill pots, stacks of paper, and a small bronze globe which showed Byzantia and its surrounding kingdoms in sharp detail, with Danaan's hazy outlines on the far side. He stood with his back to them as he looked out through a large pair of windows at the twinkling lights of Farshore spread out below them. "Marvelous, is it not?" Caligus drank in the sight for a moment more, then turned towards them. "Did you know that when I first arrived, this city was little more than a plague-infested hovel? Now it stands as equal to any city in the Empire, save Byzantia herself." "It's rather quaint, but I suppose compared to the warrens that the orcs call home, it's impressive enough." Tyrael moved around the room as he examined its contents with a discerning eye. Caligus watched him with a deepening frown. "There's much more to come. Next year we'll dismantle the walls and rebuild them with stone further afield. More space for homes and markets, temples and businesses, all paying their taxes and proper respects to the governor. On behalf of His Imperial Majesty, of course. But all of that depends on one thing above all: immigration. The city needs new blood, not just convicts, but honest Byzantine citizens who will work and thrive and raise their families here." Caligus moved around the desk and stood to block Tyrael's errant path, forcing the smaller man to finally stop and look at him. "But that won't happen unless the citizens who live here remain happy enough to write glowing letters to their families and friends back home, happy enough to entice others to overcome their foolish superstitions and accept the offers of free land and fortune that have so far borne too little fruit. And do you know the surest way to keep a population happy? Public execution of dissidents?" Caligus blinked, then shook his head. "Games! Entertainment! Diversion so marvelous and astounding that they drive all thoughts of trouble and strife from a man's mind. Or at least, they should be." The governor placed a heavy hand on Trebonius's thin shoulder. "Your attendance to your duties as arena master has been woefully lax of late. The games you've prepared have been dismal affairs, and I've begun to hear disturbing reports. Talk of late nights, strange lights and sounds, and requisitioning of supplies said to be used in the foul magics of the native populations. Spurious rumors, no doubt, but if you continue to disappoint, I will be forced to replace you with someone more eager for your office. Do we have an understanding?" Tyrael picked up Caligus's thumb in 2 fingers as though it were poisonous, and slid the governor's hand from his shoulder. "I'm afraid not." "What?" Caligus seemed more startled than upset. Cale and Alaron exchanged a nervous glance. "I'll be far too busy with more important matters." "Such as?" "Oh, ruling this city, for a start. A few wars in the near future, I'm sure, but first, I'll need to see to some redecorating." Tyrael stepped around the man and moved to take his place at the window. "It's no Shiriel Taurus, but it seems as good a place as any from which to reclaim my rightful rule of all Danaan." "So you have gone mad." Caligus marched around the desk and spun the smaller man around to face him. "This cursed land has broken your mind." "You're more right than you know, peasant." Tyrael placed a hand on Caligus's chest. Inky black tendrils coiled up around his fingers, then disappeared through the governor's tunic. Caligus opened his mouth to shout, but no sound came out. His eyes went wide as black veins appeared at his collar and traced coiling paths up his cheeks. He stumbled backwards, clawing at his throat. His eyes turned blacker than fresh-mined coal. Then he crumpled to the floor. "What have you done?" Aileron stared at the governor's corpse in shock as the blackness faded away, leaving only surprise and terror on the dead man's face. Tyrael ignored him as he began searching through the papers on Caligus's cluttered desk. Surely one of these will... Perfect! He removed a piece of paper from a stack. It was covered in bold, looping strokes and bore the governor's signature at the bottom. He laid it out on the desk, placed a clean sheet beside it, and touched a finger to each one as he muttered a few arcane phrases. Cale knelt by the governor's body and felt for a pulse as both pieces of paper began to glow with a faint blue light. "Now, let's see," Tyrael said to himself as he looked up at the ceiling in thought. Then he nodded, cleared his throat, and spoke to the glowing paper in Trebonius's thin, reedy voice. "In the event of my untimely death, in the interest of maintaining order and for the good of the colony, I hereby invest all the power and authority of my office in the person of Trebonius Lucator, until such time as the Emperor sees fit to appoint my replacement. He is to be obeyed in all things and without question or hesitation. By the grace of the divines and signed by my hand." Tyrael paused, furrowed his eyebrows, and turned to Aileron. "What was this man's name again?" Chapter 7. I slept like shit that night. The room was wonderful, far more space than I was used to, with a standing dresser where I could store the clothes I didn't have, and a bed big enough to hold 3. Anya and Alexei more than kept their side of our bargain, but my restless mind wouldn't quiet down long enough for me to enjoy it. Just when I began to drift off to sleep, one of yesterday's memories would slap me awake. Sheska's eyes as the Waygate current ripped her away. Aileron looking at anything but me as he handed the crown to Trebonius and tricked him into putting it on. The pain in Cale's voice as he refused to join our escape. Eventually I gave up on sleep and settled for pacing and planning instead. I'd almost succeeded in wearing a hole in the rug by the time the sun dragged itself into the sky, but I was no closer to a plan. If we'd been in Byzantia, I would have known what to do, where to hide, or who I had to bribe to get out of this mess. Hell, I probably would have left the city by now and been on my way to Cordis or Antium to lie low for a few months, or years. But all my thoughts of running or hiding ran aground on the same rock. I didn't know anyone in Farshore, and the lands beyond remained little more than a dangerous mystery, unless I felt like retracing our steps to the shattered city, assuming I could even manage that much on my own. All I really wanted was to stay tucked away in that room forever, but that wasn't an option either. At least Anya had promised me breakfast as part of our bargain. When my stomach growled at me for the 3rd time, I finally gave in, pulled Alexei's curtain disguised as a shirt back on, retied the scarf over Safari's necklace, and went downstairs to take her up on it. The common room was a different place in the morning light. The jostling, shouting, spilling, swilling, and laughing of the night before had given way to the soft glow of morning sun and a faint but pleasant humming coming from the kitchen. There were no patrons yet, so I had my choice of seats, but I made my way back to the same corner table where I'd shared supper with a gaggle of gnomes the night before. I would have welcomed their non-stop chatter, if only to break the silence and distract me from my dreary thoughts. Anya slid a plate of food under my nose. I'd been so distracted that I hadn't even heard her coming. "You look troubled." "That's because I am troubled." Anya considered my words for a moment, then patted me on the head. "Eat first, then think. Anya's mother tell her this many times. Never think of trouble with an empty stomach. And she lived through 80 winters. I can't argue with that." Breakfast was as excellent as supper. Fried egg, ham, grilled vegetables, and mushrooms stewed in a brown sauce that had a surprising hit of spice to it. I worked on the food for a while, but my heart wasn't really in it. I didn't understand what was wrong with me. It was the first quiet meal I'd enjoyed by myself in what felt like a lifetime, yet there I sat, moping like a wet dog. Then it hit me. I was moping because this was the first meal I'd eaten alone in ages. I'd risen alone, eaten alone, and gone to bed alone for the better part of a decade. It had been all I'd known for so long that I'd come to assume it was the way I always wanted things to be. 3 months packed in beside a horde of strangers on the prison ship had nearly killed me, and every meal I'd eaten in the arena pits had been nothing but a nervous rush to finish my food before someone started some trouble. But the journey to the Shattered City had been different. Within the first week, we'd fallen into a morning routine that became so familiar we didn't even discuss it. Sheska foraged, Magnus cooked, Kale and Nataka tended to the horses, Alaron and I packed camp. Every morning, for a month and more, was spent in simple conversation or companionable silence, and every evening had been the same. It had happened so gradually that I didn't even realize how much I'd come to enjoy those moments until I sat in front of an excellent meal and realized that I couldn't truly enjoy it alone. The realization that I had somehow become dependent on others without even noticing the change left me a little dizzy, especially after 2 of the very short list of people I called friends had betrayed me in one night. But at least the insight cleared away the fog and gave me a goal to focus on. I was going to find my friends. My real friends, anyway. Kale and Alaron could both suck a lemon, but I would find Nataka and that grumpy-ass dwarf and drag them along with me to go save Sheska if I had to knock them unconscious and tie them to their horses. We could decide on what came next once we'd found my Kokoan, but whatever it was would be a damn sight better than cowering alone in a strange city while I waited for Tyrael to find me. That meant I needed to get my hands on a week's worth of food and provisions, along with a few horses. I had no idea where I was going to scrounge all that, but working through a challenge I could actually do something about came as a relief after the night I'd just had. I nodded to myself, then set about showing my breakfast the respect it deserved. The first patrons walked into the room just as I finished scraping the last bits of egg from the plate. At least I assumed they were patrons when I heard their boots drumming on the tavern floor. As soon as I took one look at them, I knew I'd been wrong. 3 human men strode towards the bar, one in the lead with 2 backing him up. They wore a mismatched assortment of brown, black, green, and gray that somehow managed the feel of a uniform when you looked at them all together. Each one wore a dagger on his belt and a simple gold hoop in their nose or ear. Even without the bit of flash, I would have known them for Ghazi thugs any time of the day or night. They had the walk, moving like a school of ripperfish, cruel and confident as they dared the world to tell them no one more time. The lead basher leaned against the bar and rapped a knuckle on the counter. His head was shaved down to his sun-browned skin. His nose bore a lump where it had been broken once before, and a thin white scar traced its way from cheek to chin. His kind were as common as fleas back on Byzantia's streets, but that didn't make them any less dangerous. Alexei came out of the kitchen with a wet mug in one hand and a drying cloth in the other. The sour frown that spread across his face as he caught sight of the thugs confirmed my guess. "Tarim, I have seen too much of you this week, I think." Now, Alexei, is that any way to greet a friend?" Alexei set down the mug and towel and placed his large hands flat on the bar as though he braced against a storm. "We are not friends." Tarim just smirked. "Well, business associates then. And it's business that I'm about anyways. Your taxes come due." "No. I pay you leeches last week already." "Sansa changed the schedule. Now it's every week for those that want to stay on good terms. And we both know you're smart enough to want that." Alexei clenched his hands to fists. "I show you what I want, you thieving—" A cough from the doorway caught him up short, and we both turned to see Anya shaking her head. Alexei sighed, then turned back to the Ghazi. "How much?" I slid off the bench and stepped up next to Anya as the two men argued over a number. "How long have they been squeezing you?" 2 months, she whispered. Her frown could have curdled milk. "At first it was not so much. Then it goes up." "It always goes up." My wheels were spinning now. If the Ghazi had been running protection that long, then they must have dug their toes pretty deep into the local sand, which meant I had a solid guess about the source of that trouble the Centurion had mentioned when we'd arrived yesterday. The pieces began to fit themselves together, and I saw a way to get what I needed out of the mess. Or get myself killed. But what else was new? "What is it worth to you for me to take care of this?" "She'll say what?" I took one more minute to size things up. The thug that Alexei had called Tarim was focused on squeezing as much out of the day as possible. One of his bruisers walked with a limp, and the other one stared out the window with obvious boredom. I nodded. "If I get them out of here and off your back for good, then you'll pack 3 bags with travel provisions and the coin you would have given them today." Anya looked down at me with undisguised doubt and more than a little concern. "What can you do to them that we cannot?" "Let's just say I know how to speak their language. But does it really matter? If I pull this off, you won't have to pay them another copper. If I'm wrong, then I'll be dead and you'll be no worse off than before. Deal?" Her expression didn't change as she thought my offer through. Then she slowly held out her hand. I shook it before she could change her mind, grabbed a wine bottle, then got moving before I could change my mind either. I circled around the bar and walked towards the thugs with what I hoped was one of those come-hither smiles I'd heard of plastered across my face. "That's an awful lot of shouting for so early in the morning." I let Alexei's shirt slip down off one shoulder as 3 pairs of eyes turned towards me. The bored thug's face lit up as I waggled the wine bottle at him. "Why don't we share a drink instead?" "You can quote us your price later, honey," Tarim growled, clearly annoyed at the interruption. "Right now we have a different kind of business to take care of." "What's a quick drink among friends?" I pushed my smile even wider. 3 more steps. 2 more steps. "Come on, boss. How can you say no to such a beautiful—" "Close enough." I jumped forward and drove my boot heel into the limper's kneecap as I smashed the bottle into the smiling thug's face. They went down in a heap of shrieks, flailing limbs, and Drangian red. Tarim reached for his knife. He was damned fast, but I was faster. I pressed the jagged edge of the broken bottle against his throat and shook my head. He let his hand fall back to his side as he stared at me with murder in his eyes. "Who are you, Bruta?" "Just someone that wants to have a chat with your boss." He blinked. "If you're that keen on dying, you should have just let me gut you. Would have been a lot quicker." "True, but my way is more fun." "You think I'm just going to walk you back to our base like a—" Whatever he'd been about to say cut off in a gurgle as I dug the glass in a little deeper. "That's exactly what you're going to do, because we both know that you've got orders to report back any time one of your marks causes trouble. No?" He clenched his jaw, but nodded. I looked down at the 2 bruisers who lay moaning and clutching their injuries. "Well, consider me trouble. Now be a good little doggy and run me back to whoever is holding the other end of your leash." For a second I thought I might have pushed him hard enough to reach for his knife, despite the razor edge of glass I held to his throat. If he'd been independent, he might have done just that. But the first thing every Ghazi learned after they joined up was that wearing their gold meant following their orders. No questions, and no second chances. It was their one ironclad rule, and it was also the reason I never joined up myself. We glared at each other for a long minute. Then he spat on the floor and shrugged me off of him. "Fine. I'll enjoy watching Sansa flay you like a carp. Come on, move it, you useless lumps." He kicked at his miserable companions until they managed to drag themselves to their feet and shuffle toward the door. "Call yourself Ghazi, then get taken down by a slip of a girl in a nightgown. Honestly." I followed them, but paused at the door and turned back to Anya and Alexei. They both stood with their mouths hanging open. "Remember our deal," I said. 3 packs by tomorrow morning, and don't skimp on the good stuff." I turned and stepped out into the street to go and meet with the Ghazi. Chapter 8. Tarim and his battered minions set a straight course for the Mythic Quarter gate, then marched past the guardsmen without breaking stride. I gathered from the way the soldiers focused on looking at anything except the troop of dangerous-looking thugs walking by them that the Ghazi had already secured their usual arrangement with the rank and file who enforced the city's laws. These soldiers wouldn't pay any attention to a man wearing Ghazi gold unless they saw him committing a crime in broad daylight, and even then they'd give chase a little slower than usual. I almost lost sight of my guides twice as we wound through Farshore's streets. They clearly knew their way around, choosing their turns with confidence and even cutting through some storefronts along the way, which only served to underscore how lost I still was here. Moving through an unfamiliar city was a strange feeling. Every new twist and turn offered some fresh discovery, and I hated every bit of it. Traveling in Byzantia had become so familiar that I could have gone sleepwalking and still wound up where I wanted to go. But here, every new intersection only offered more uncertainty. We moved east through the city. As near as I could tell, we were more or less retracing the route my wagon had taken to ferry me from the south gate to the Divine's Temple when I'd first arrived. So by my guess, we were headed for the Scoli Agricarum. I hustled to catch up with Tarim as he rounded a corner. As I stepped from the narrow street into an open square, I saw that I'd been right about our destination. The Agricarum was a breath of fresh air. Well, metaphorically speaking. The familiarity of a Byzantine trade yard was a welcome sight, but in practical terms it smelled terrible. Horses, oxen, and all manner of strange and unfamiliar draft beasts milled around its edges, munching, crunching, or slurping down a meal as they waited for their handlers to offload the cargo they carried. The Agricarum was less a market square and more an enormous holding pen for the trade wagons and caravans that came and went through Farshore's gates, since nothing larger than a carriage was allowed further inside the city. I caught glimpses of all the common races of Danann maneuvering through the crowds or loading newly purchased goods into crates. The buildings, which lined the length of the Agricarum, were multi-floored monstrosities, with large bays for loading and unloading, and it seemed that each race had claimed one or more of the warehouses as their own. Judging by the number of windows in the building's upper facade, I guessed that the teamsters and merchants spent their nights in the city there as well. Legionnaires stood watch at every entrance into the city proper. It wasn't as pronounced as a stone wall, but the message was clear. We might want your money, but we don't want you. Tarim and his thugs cut straight through the center of the yard, dodging wagons and foot traffic as they made their way towards the far side. I stopped gawking and hurried to keep pace. Soon enough, we came to a stop next to an enormous covered wagon that was drawn up in the shade of a warehouse dock. It had 6 wheels and an ox haft the size of an oak tree that currently rested on the ground. I didn't even want to think about what manner of beast you'd need to pull it. Tarim cast a quick glance around to make sure no one was paying us any attention, then jumped up into the back of the wagon. I waited for the others to follow him, then climbed in after. The inside of the wagon was cool, dark, and loaded with stacks of empty crates, sacks, coils of rope, and other debris left behind after whatever it had carried had been unloaded. From the dust and faint smell of mold, I guessed that the wagon hadn't seen use in a long time. Tarim picked his way through the clutter, shouldered a stack of crates to one side, and ducked down to climb through the hole in the wall that had been concealed behind them. The hole led from the wagon down into a hollow space behind the wall of the warehouse. It was an artifact of the building's architecture, a small crawl space that led nowhere. Or it had led nowhere, until the Ghazi found it and started digging. A set of rough dirt stairs had been carved into the earth. The only light to see by was the little bit that filtered down through a break in the eaves overhead, but that disappeared as soon as we began to make our way down. Tarim didn't bother with a light. Soon all I heard was the scuffle of boots in the dirt and the steady breathing of 3 men, whose only incentive not to kill me on the spot was that their boss might find out and take issue with it. I took advantage of the pitch black to check and make sure my scarf was still tied securely in place. I wasn't stupid enough to think that even the threat of Ghazi discipline would save me if Tarim or his mates caught sight of the enormous fortune draped around the neck of the girl shuffling along beside them. Soon a light began to illuminate the tunnel ahead as we followed its curve around to the left. After another dozen steps, I saw that it spilled out from beneath a heavy, iron-banded door. Tarim stepped up and banged on it 3 times. A narrow iron plate slid to one side, revealing more light and a pair of eyes for a moment before it closed again. I heard the clatter of iron bolts being drawn back on the far side. Then the door swung open and we walked into the Ghazi's secret base beneath the city. The hideout filled most of a large natural cavern formed by centuries of water finding its way down to the sea through the rock. Lanterns hung from the stalactites overhead, while the ground had been smoothed, leveled, and set with tables, cots, faded rugs, chests, and all manner of mismatched furniture lifted from here and there. A small kitchen with cooking fires built into natural chimneys stood against one wall. I spotted a half-dozen people lounging on cots or finishing their morning meal, but there was enough space for a score or more to gather at once without stepping on anyone's toes. The 2 thugs greeted friends as they walked over to display their bruises and share their woes, but Tarim was already walking towards 2 figures who stood over a well-lit table covered in scrolls, quills, and copious stacks of paper. I hurried to catch up, and took stock of the 2 strangers as I got closer. The first was a blonde girl, even shorter than me, dressed in a Byzantian tunic despite the spring chill that still lingered in the city overhead. She used the tip of a dagger to count down the items on a list, and she didn't seem happy about the result. The other was a giant black man dressed in Sakri robes. He wore a saber strapped to his side, and a frown on his face that could have split stone. "Grown tighter than Jovian's asshole," I heard him mutter as we approached. "We'll never make it at this rate." "Boss, got someone here who went through a whole lot of trouble to talk to you." I smiled up at the Sakri and was just about to introduce myself, but the blonde girl slammed her dagger into the table and left it quivering in the wood before I could speak. "Damn it, Tarim! I gave you the easiest job on my list, so why don't I see fresh coin in your hands? You told us to let you know if anyone caused a fuss during a collection. And..." Tarim scowled and hooked a thumb over his shoulder at me before storming off to join his friends. The girl, who I now realized was the Sansa he'd spoken of earlier, watched him walk away, noticed the bruises on 2 of her men, then turned back to me. Now that we stood closer, I realized that she was older than she'd first appeared. Unless I missed my guess, she couldn't have been more than a year or 2 younger than me, which probably meant we'd run the streets at the same time growing up, though I didn't think we'd ever crossed paths before. She eyed me up and down, then sniffed. "You tired of breathing?" This might be harder than I'd thought. She was angry and on edge, and even with the princeps backing, she obviously knew better than to show even the slightest hint of weakness in front of her thugs. I raised my hands and smiled. "I'm just here to talk." Sansa scowled. "You picked a bad day for a social call. Adon, cut off her head and toss her in the trash heap." The Sakri had his sword half drawn before I'd blinked twice. "If you kill me, your payday dies too." She narrowed her eyes and dropped a hand on the giant's arm. "You've got 2 minutes." I let go of the breath I'd been holding in, then took one more quick glance around the room. Crates, bags, small chests, sculptures, paintings, bolts of cloth, and other assorted valuables were stacked together on a wooden platform in the back of the cavern. It would have been a windfall for a private thief, but for an organization like the Ghazi, it was modest at best. The crew I could see did their best to appear relaxed and disinterested, but the nervous tension in the room was unmistakable. Most of the beds looked like they hadn't been used in a long time, if ever. It all fit. If I was wrong, I'd be dead wrong, but it was a little too late to worry about that now. I nodded and turned back to Sansa. "The princeps sent you over here with little more than a kiss for good luck and expected you to turn this place into the next Shalai in just a few months. You've had a harder time finding fresh recruits than you expected. The Legion has been out in force lately, and now the ship that's supposed to carry your first quota is leaving soon, and you're short by more than a few coppers. Sound about right?" Sansa shrugged. She was trying hard to look bored, but I noticed that she toyed with the end of her braid without realizing it. "All I'm hearing from you so far are things I already know. 1 minute. Hear me out, and I promise I'll solve all those problems and tell you how to rake in 10 times that haul at the same time. Let me guess. You're selling the map to Aldrin's treasure." "Better," I said with my best smile. "I'm selling knowledge. You think it's worth your life?" "And then some." "Then what do you want in exchange?" I shook my head. "No need to get ahead of ourselves. We can talk about that once you know what I'm worth. But I promise you'll be getting the better end of the bargain." She thought over my words for a minute, then nodded and let her hand slip from the Sakri's arm. "All right, then. You've got yourself a meeting." "Excellent," I said, trying not to show my relief. "But not here. Too many ears." She glared around the room. Everyone suddenly remembered a task they needed to be about. Then she nodded and turned to walk further back into the cavern. I followed her as she led the way to a small door tucked out of sight behind a spur of rock. She pulled a brass key from around her neck, unlocked the door, and stepped through into a small bedroom. The room was surprisingly comfortable considering it began its life as a hole in the ground. A bed with a stuffed mattress and thick covers occupied one corner. A small table with 2 chairs filled the other, and several sheepskins softened the floor in between. Oil lamps rested on plinths carved out of the rock, and a walnut cabinet stood by the table with stacks of dirty dishes spilling out of its drawers. But the pride of the room was a rosewood vanity with a real glass mirror that occupied the far wall. The vanity held an assortment of glass bottles, rouge boxes, and colored ribbons, though I hadn't noticed any makeup or perfume on her. She was already halfway to the bed by the time I stepped into the room. I caught a brief glimpse of a doll in a pale blue dress before she shoved it under her pillow. By the time she turned around, I was busy studying the rest of the room. "Nice place." "It's home," she shrugged as she waved me towards one of the chairs. "Can I pour you a drink?" "Gods, yes." I took a seat as she retrieved a bottle and 2 mugs from the dresser. She filled both mugs, slid one across the table, then raised hers into the air. "Quick hands." "Quick feet," I replied as I touched my cup to hers and took a sip. It wasn't wine. I barely managed to hold back a cough as a line of liquid fire tore down my throat. "Smooth stuff." She grinned, took another drink, then set her mug on the table. She placed her dagger in plain view beside it and leaned back in her chair. "So, we were discussing how you were going to solve all my problems and make me rich." She was noticeably more relaxed now that we were out of the common room, but I didn't miss her message. I had no doubt the big man with the wicked sword was waiting within earshot. I took a careful second sip as I collected my thoughts. "Some questions first?" Sansa nodded. "How many hands do you have on your crew?" 8 that I can count on. You weren't wrong about recruitment proving more difficult than I'd expected." It made sense. Byzantia's streets were lousy with orphans, runaways, gamblers, and more, all desperate for a better life. The Ghazi always had their pick of talent, but everyone in Farshore was either a proper citizen who'd chosen to travel halfway across the world to start up a new life here, or a prisoner already in irons. And how much are the princeps expecting you to load on that ship? 200 gold drachms in comparable value. I whistled. She nodded and took another drink. That was buy a villa and retire in comfort money. It made sense, though. The princeps sent a promising kid who was probably causing more trouble than she was worth back home to get things up and running in the new world, and set the bar so high she'd have to jump twice to clear it. If she actually succeeded, then they got paid. If not, they'd send someone to replace her, and then they got paid. She was in over her head, and trying everything she could think of just to keep from going under. So, you've had your crew pin their jobs on the mythics. Of course. It's the easiest frame I've ever pulled. Every shop owner and housewife is so terrified of the monsters next door, they don't bother to look twice. And that was your first mistake. Her eyes narrowed as she drummed her fingers on the hilt of her dagger, but she waited for me to continue. What's the biggest threat we face in our line of work? I asked. She considered my question for a moment. The city watch, I suppose. I shook my head. They're just the stick that delivers the beating. Our biggest threat is the hand that wields them, specifically a merchant who's been pinched hard enough to finally get off his lazy ass and complain to the governor. Have the watch patrols increased this month? Nearly doubled, she said with a frown. That's because you've given them something to be afraid of. They've lived with thieves since time began, but mythic thieves? Divines preserve us. Watch out, those horrible monsters who live behind the wall will come for you in the night. And now that the watch is on alert in the city proper, you've turned to squeezing shops in the one place they don't bother with. But there's not enough juice in that grape. You're very good at naming other people's problems, but so far I'm not hearing any solutions. She leaned forward and fixed me with a cold stare. I'm well aware of the hole I'm in. Now how do I climb out of it? I'm getting to that. Just one more question. Make it count. How many goods from the kingdoms of Danaan does the consortium officially trade in? She blinked, then thought for a moment. 23. Mostly raw materials and resources, yes? She nodded. So? Do you honestly think that in all of Danaan there are only 23 things worth a stack of coin? Did you know the elves can brew potions that will add 10 years to your life? The dwarves can carve runes into their steel to make it harder and sharper than anything you've ever seen, or burn with fire that will melt through a breastplate like butter. Rings that can turn you invisible, cloaks that will carry you through the air like a bird, filters that can cure any ailment. A whole world filled with possibilities, and not one of them being bought or sold in Farshore's markets. Because the temple priest declared all magic illegal when... Her words trailed off as her thoughts caught up with them. I asked the question that I could already see in her eyes. How much do you think a man would pay for something like that? She thumped back in her seat with a little woof as the thought of all that coin hit her in the gut. Then she looked up as her racing thoughts hit a snag. Hold on. How are we supposed to steal something that isn't allowed inside the city in the first place? Who said anything about stealing? She furrowed her brow. I pointed a finger at the ceiling. There's a whole neighborhood full of mythics up there that no one in this city wants to talk to. A neighborhood full of people who still have family and connections back home. Start making friends. You're talking about setting up a black market for magic. Why not? It'll be a damn sight easier than pinching silverware or trying to squeeze the last copper from an orc. Safer, too. But what do we use to pay all our new friends for their shiny magical trinkets so that we can go out and sell them? I looked over my shoulder towards the door. Maybe it was the dim light, but I could have sworn I saw a tidy little pile of treasure out there when I walked in. I heard her chair scrape back and hit the floor. When I turned around, she was staring at me as though I'd just grown a second head. You want me to play games with the princeps money. The fucking princeps. Not play games. Invest. If there's one thing I know about those smug bastards, it's that they never argue with results. Play this right, and you'll be able to double their cut without breaking a sweat. Then what do I put on the ship that leaves next week? Nothing. She stared at me, then picked up her chair and fell into it. I slid her mug towards her. She grabbed it and drained the whole thing in one long swallow. It's a 3-month voyage back to Byzantia. I leaned forward, tapping the table to emphasize my words. This was the tough sell, but if I could convince her, then I'd be in the clear. I didn't bother thinking about what would happen if I couldn't. That's 6 months before your masters send a response, more if the winds are bad. If you send them half their quota now, then they'll brand you a failure, and you can be damn sure they'll do something about it. But if all you send them is a nice note explaining that you invested their cut into an even bigger payout, then they won't know what to think. They'll send agents to investigate, and by the time they arrive, you'll have such a shiny operation running that all they'll be able to do is beg you to go right on running it. She stared at her hands for a long time. To her credit, they weren't shaking nearly as bad as mine would have been. Then she looked up and locked eyes with me. What if this doesn't work? She spoke it like a question, but from her tone I knew she'd made up her mind. I leaned back in my chair and truly relaxed for the first time since Taram and his bashers had walked through the door of the Ale and Pickle. Then you'll be out of a job, and probably dead. But that's already the port you're sailing towards, isn't it? She nodded, then grabbed my mug and drained that one, too. Oh, hells, why not? It's the first decent idea I've heard in a fortnight. We'll probably all die horribly, you know. Probably. But at least I'll go down doing something interesting. So, what do I owe you for this timely bit of wisdom? 3 horses. That's it? That's all I need. Well, that, and you have your crew track down some friends of mine. I gave her Magnus and Nataka's description. They don't sound like they'll be too hard to find. Just tell your boys to follow the trail of broken bar tables and black eyes. She grinned and reached a hand across the table. I shook it and found myself grinning back. I'm Charity, by the way. Her grin took on a devilish gleam. Oh, I know who you are. What? Princeps Darren sent a letter months ago. Told me you'd been pinched and were tucked away in the hold of a prison ship headed to Farshore. That Bruta is the sharpest delicat I've ever seen, and I'm damn glad she's about to be your problem instead of mine. His words, of course. I sat in stunned silence for a minute. The Ghazi had offered me an earring once or twice. Sooner or later, they made the offer to anyone who was good enough to make it on their own for a while. Most thieves were smart enough to say yes, but I'd always kept my distance. Running with the same crew, taking the jobs you were handed, and passing on half of the profits felt too much like slavery for my tastes, even if it came with square meals and a steady bed. The fact that one of the princeps even knew my name, let alone cared what I did with my time, came as a bit of a shock. Then the obvious question hit me. Wait, if you knew who I was, then what was all that cut off her head and throw her in the trash heap business? She laughed. It was a genuine laugh, full of mischief and from the gut, and damn if it didn't make me like her a little more, despite my better judgment. I wanted to see if you were as good as I'd heard, she said as she caught her breath. And was I? You're still breathing, aren't you? I decided she'd meant that as a joke. Probably. You'll have your horses by tomorrow. Where should I send your friends once we find them? Same place I had the pleasure of meeting Taram and his mates. Another night's stay hadn't been part of my deal with Anya, but I had a guess I could sweet-talk her into it. Sansa nodded. Anything else? I shook my head and started to stand up, then stopped and looked down. Actually, I could really use another shirt. Chapter 9. I only lost my way twice as I retraced my steps to the Mythic Quarter. At least that gave me more time to think things through on the way back. My meeting with the Ghazi had gone even better than I'd hoped, at least in the short term. I'd started the day with little more than desperation and bad dreams. Now I had a plan, resources, and contacts. Part of me wondered how good of an idea it had really been to set a ruthless criminal organization on the path to cornering the market for magical artifacts. But the idea had been growing in the back of my mind all throughout the long journey to the Shattered City, and it was just about the only thing of value I had left to bargain with. I had more immediate problems to deal with anyway, like evading the watch long enough to gather my friends and slip out of the city before Tyrael caught up with us. The guards at the gate didn't give me any trouble. I guess passing them once before in Taram's company had been enough to place me in the "we never saw you" camp. It was a short walk from there to the Ale and Pickle. Keeping a low profile usually requires doing your best not to be seen in one place too often. The more folks see your face, the easier it is for them to recognize it on a wanted poster and report you to a watch patrol. But I'd already gotten the sense that the inhabitants of the Mythic Quarter weren't overly eager to speak to human soldiers. Besides, if Anya kept to her word, then the packs of provisions that were waiting for me at the tavern would carry us far and fast on our rescue mission, and right now every hour counted. I needed Anya's food, Sansa's horses, and my friends to all end up in the same place if I wanted to set out to find Sheska. With any luck, the three of us would be well provisioned and riding north through the wildlands before the sun had crested the city walls. I made it back before the lunch crowd really filled in, so the common room was empty aside from a few customers who'd come in early to claim a good seat. I walked inside and waved as I caught sight of Anya behind the bar. She welcomed me with a smile of genuine delight and more than a little relief as she wiped her hands clean on her apron and came around to greet me. "Little Charity, you are not dead." I'd expected a handshake or a pat on the shoulder, but got a rib-cracking hug instead. "Not yet, anyways," I said, my voice muffled by the folds of her apron. "But I will be if you keep squeezing like that." "Ah, sorry. I am just pleased to see you breathing. The thought of you coming to hurt for us was making my stomach drzaknik." "You didn't need to worry. I can take care of myself." In truth, I was touched that she had, but I managed to keep a lid on it fairly well. Besides, it was worth the risk. You won't need to worry about the Ghazi anymore. "Truly?" "Truly." She started to go for another hug, but I managed to dodge out of the way just in time. She grinned and held out a hand instead, which I shook with relief. "I have the bags you asked for. It felt like good luck to pack them for you to come back for. And it was. But why 3? I not think you can even carry one of them, so small you are." "I'll manage somehow, but the other 2 are for my friends." "Ah, Anya's so excited to see you she forget. You have a friend here already." She pointed towards a table behind me. "Wow, the Ghazi really don't waste time when they—" I turned around to see Kale rise from the table and move to block the door. "I'll give you credit for being damned hard to find when you don't want to be." It had only been one long day, but he already looked like a different person. Judging by the dark circles under his eyes, he hadn't slept any better than I had, but it was more than that. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been a friend, someone I'd come to know, to trust even, after weeks of meals shared and dangers narrowly escaped. Now all I saw was another soldier come to do his master's bidding. I charged forward, punched him in the gut, and slipped past him to escape out into the street. Or that's what I attempted to do, anyway. He jumped back in surprise as I rushed at him, then blocked my punch, spun me around, and locked his arms around me like a vice clamp. "Damn it, Kale!" I kicked at his legs. "I trusted you!" I scratched at his arms. "Don't do this! I have to go find Sheska!" I'd come so close to salvaging something from the smoking wreckage of yesterday. To have Kale, of all people, be the one to kick the legs out from beneath my plans hurt more than I could bear. "Well, stop biting me and go find her then!" I froze, unclamped my teeth from his fist, and swiveled around to look up at his face. "What?" His eyes were sunken and lined with dark circles, but they still sparkled with a little mischief as I stared up at him. "Did you really think I came here to march you off to a jail cell?" That is..." Now that my initial fight or flight instinct had begun to settle, I realized that if he'd meant to bring me in, he wouldn't have bothered to come alone and wait quietly by the door. I thought Trebonius held the other end of your leash. I cursed my stupid mouth as I saw my words drive the spark from his eyes. He frowned and shook his head. He holds my oath, and that is a very different thing. They certainly seemed the same from where I was standing, but that time I had enough sense to keep the thought to myself. Besides, 'twas Tyrael who ordered you captured, and I owe him less than pig-shite. As long as there's even the slightest chance that I can free Trebonius from his control, then I have to stay and try. But I'll do whatever I can to see you to safety before I do. I wasn't fighting him anymore, but he hadn't let go of me. To tell you the truth, I didn't really mind. Cale, did you come to rescue me? I offered him a slow, uncertain smile. To my great relief, he smiled right back. You don't need rescuing, remember? But I thought you could use a friend. I tried to find something to say that wouldn't tip me over into tears of relief and leave us both feeling awkward. But he released his hold and held up a hand to save me the trouble. We need to get moving. Tyrael sent a full squad of legionnaires to grab you. I came as soon as I could slip away, but I don't know how far they are behind me. I nodded, not trusting my voice just then froze as my brain finally turned its attention to the rather important question I'd missed until then. Wait, how did he know where to find me? A stranger showed up just a few hours ago and sold him your location. Let me guess. Shaved head, gold earring, and a nasty scar on his cheek? How did you know? Lucky guess, I sighed. It seemed that Sansa had a bit of a loyalty problem on her hands, which I'd be quite happy to tell her about, assuming I survived long enough to do so. I had no idea how we'd meet up with Magnus and Nataka now that the location I'd named as our meeting place was about to be overrun with soldiers, but we just have to tackle one problem at a time. Right, let's get gone. I think it's already too late for this, Anya said as she nodded towards the street. I looked out the window and saw a dozen steel helmets reflecting the midday sun as they moved up the street. Then a dozen more came into view from the other direction. Is there another way out of here? Yes, through the kitchens. But hurry! I grabbed Cale's hand and ran around the bar. The kitchen was a jumble of steaming pots and simmering pans as Alexei chopped vegetables for the lunch crowd. We dodged through the clutter and ran past him. We have your packs and... Where are you going? Thanks for everything, I called over my shoulder as we burst through the door and out into the small courtyard I'd stumbled into the night before. I ran towards the closest alley, only to stumble to a halt as 2 soldiers stepped into view. I spun around to see 3 more entering the square from the other side. In the span of 2 breaths, a score of legionnaires had formed a circle around the yard from shield to heavy red shield. Good job getting here before us to apprehend the fugitive. The centurion who'd greeted us at the gate the day before stepped through the circle and walked towards us. That's what we all saw here, Cale. Just a good man come to fulfill his duty. Cale stepped in between me and the soldiers. Trebonius isn't who you think, Calix. He's not what you think. If you arrest us now, then Farshore is headed for some very dark days. Calix frowned, then shook his head. I have my orders. And with the governor dead, we need to follow the law now more than ever. Caligus is dead? I gasped. Calix turned his frown on me. You should know. You and your accomplices killed him. What? That's crazy. Is it? The praetor determined that the murder was accomplished through foul magic on the very eve that you all returned from an expedition to retrieve a powerful artifact. Master Trebonius has been appointed by Farshore's governor until the emperor names a successor. He told us of the mission he gave you and how you could have used this crown as a weapon. Trebonius is the one with the crown. We gave it to him right after we returned to Farshore. Calix looked thoughtful for a moment, then shook his head. We can sort out who did what from the comfort of the Legion barracks. He held out a hand to Cale. Now, can I congratulate you on a job well done, or are you going to force me to make 2 arrests today? Cale sighed as his shoulders sagged in defeat. Then he reached out and shook Calix's hand. The centurion had offered him a way out, and even as my heart dropped down into my stomach, I couldn't say I blamed him for taking it. Then Cale slammed his other fist into the centurion's face. Calix dropped like a sack of flour. His soldiers stared at their fallen commander, only slightly more stunned than I was. "Get out of here!" he yelled over his shoulder. His voice shattered the moment, and the soldiers rushed forward with shouts of rage on their lips and fire in their eyes. The closest one swung the butt end of his spear at Cale's head. I jumped in, caught the swing before it had time to develop much force, and pivoted with the momentum to send the soldier into his neighbor. Their steps tangled together, and they crashed to the ground in a heap. "Idiot! You think I'd cut out on you after all that?" At first, their initial rush turned their numbers into a disadvantage as they bumped together and got in each other's way. I snatched up the fallen soldier's spear and tossed it to Cale just in time for him to use it to sweep the legs out from under a man who seemed very intent on caving in his skull. He tucked the toe of his boot under the lip of the soldier's fallen shield and kicked it up into his hand, then flung it like a discus. It whooshed past my ear and caught the man behind me in the teeth. The yard devolved into a mad tangle of punches, kicks, swinging clubs, and cries of pain as we fought to hold our ground. If they had been street thugs or even Ghazi bashers, we might have been able to beat ourselves a path and get clear. But these were Byzantian legionaries. Soon their blind rage gave way to the years of training that had been drilled into them. They formed 3-man teams, shields raised and ready, and pressed forward in a relentless march of steel. I ducked under a spear shaft, then stood up straight into an oncoming shield bash that knocked the wind out of me and sent me reeling backwards. Then something hard and heavy cracked across the back of my skull, and I was out before I hit the dirt. Chapter 10. I didn't want to wake up, but soon the screaming pain in my head left me no choice. I opened my eyes, regretted it, and squeezed them shut again. That brief glimpse had been more than enough to take in the whole room. Rough stone walls, cracked stone floor, heavy wooden door, and a pathetic excuse for a window up by the ceiling to allow the barest flow of air and sunlight to trickle down into the cell. I gave myself a quick once-over to make sure everything was still in one place. My fingers triggered a spike of pain when I sent them searching over my skull. They came away sticky with blood, but after a bit more gentle probing, I decided that the damage wasn't too serious. The rest of me seemed to be in surprisingly good shape, considering I'd just scrapped it out with a squad of Legion soldiers. Even my scarf was still tied in place, and since I still felt the weight of Safari's necklace beneath it, I figured they hadn't bothered to search me before they dumped me in a cell. The only prison I'd spent time in before had been the shitbox where I'd waited for a ship to carry me to Farshore. The 2 cells were separated by a vast ocean, but in terms of their design, they might as well have occupied the same building. I suppose there wasn't a lot of need for variation when your entire purpose was to keep someone from going anywhere, but I still thought they could have put a little more effort than 4 rough walls and a cracked stone floor. A bench where the cell's weary occupant could sit and contemplate their poor life choices, for example. Or maybe a nice noose in the corner for those who preferred not to spend weeks waiting for the end. A little touch like that would go a long way towards breaking up the endless monotony of sitting in a stone box day in and day out. The only upside to jail time is that no one bothers to tell you what to do. I lay on the floor and counted my breaths as I waited for the aching in my skull to quiet down. It didn't, but at least the pain gave me something to focus on. Of course, even your captor's apathy becomes another form of punishment after a while. After a few hours of laying on the hard ground, full to bursting with boredom and misery, I would have paid 2 silvers for a guard to come in and tell me to look sharp as he prodded me with his boot. The minutes stacked themselves one atop the other until they began to spill over and run across the floor. I finally pushed myself up to my feet just to avoid drowning in them. I moved to the door and stood up onto my toes to peek out through the iron grill of the thick wooden door. What little I could see of the hallway outside mirrored my cell. I stood at the end of the hall, with 4 more doors on either side of a corridor that ended in a flight of stairs not far from where I stood. Cale was probably behind one of them. From what Calix had said, I gathered we were underneath the Legion barracks, which meant that even if I managed to somehow escape my cell and reach those stairs, I would just be walking into a nest of angry soldiers. I sighed and dropped back down to the floor. I don't know how long I waited there. I paced, traced the mortar between the stones with my fingertips, counted chips and cracks in the wall, and imagined the wild and desperate men who might have stood here before me. Finally, I gave up, marched to one corner of the room, and sat myself down on the floor. The flagstone shifted beneath me. I jumped up, then knelt to examine the floor. I hadn't noticed it before, but the dirt around the stone was loose. It had been scraped away and then replaced. I dug my fingers in around the stone, and after a few minutes of digging and clawing, it came loose. A linen pouch lay at the bottom of a small hole that had been hollowed out beneath the stone. The cloth was still white and sturdy, which meant that it was more recent than a long-lost secret hidden there by a former prisoner. I picked up the bag. It was heavier than I'd expected, weighed down by a lump of something at the bottom. I loosened the drawstring and shook the contents out onto the floor. A small brass key clattered onto the stone, ringing like a tiny bell in the silence. I scooped it up and stuffed it in my boot on the off chance that someone might have heard the sound and come to investigate, then took another look inside the bag. I saw the corner of a folded piece of paper, reached in and pulled it out. Both sides were covered in writing. I read the first line. "Please allow me to begin with an apology." It was Alaron's handwriting. My first instinct was to rip the damn thing into pieces. What right did he have to apologize after what he'd done? Did he think a few words scratched out on a piece of paper would put everything right? Thankfully, I am occasionally capable of behaving like something more than a stubborn toddler. He'd obviously gone to a lot of trouble to place this letter in my cell, and given that I was currently the very definition of a captive audience, I decided that I might as well read it over. I took a deep breath and continued reading. "I know you have little patience for repentance or explanations, but given that you currently have nowhere else you need to be, I do hope that you'll indulge me. I also know that your own personal history will make it more difficult for you to understand, but I'm asking you to try. Pretend for a moment that you were raised by good parents in the heart of a city whose cracks and flaws you only came to understand long after you'd left your childhood behind. Pretend that you discovered, at great cost, that everyone and everything you love, every noble thing you admire, every beautiful thing you treasure, would soon be swept away in a tide of fire, blood, and darkness. Imagine that you were the only one among your whole stubborn race who could hear the steady footfalls of the end of days. What price would you pay then to purchase even a small hope for a better future? I have believed in Tyrael's story for 300 years. He was misguided, perhaps, but he was also the last elf in Danann to dream a great dream and dare to pursue it. I feasted on his legend as a boy, so when my research revealed the possibility that he might yet be reclaimed from the ruins of our past, I felt I had finally found my purpose. I was wrong. He is mad, Charity, broken beyond repair. If there ever was a noble instinct or higher purpose within him, it drained away through the cracks long ago. I had thought that once I freed him from his crown, he would return with me to Shiriel Caradis to begin the long and uncertain work of uniting my kin behind a common purpose once again. But he speaks only of power, privilege, and a return to all that he feels is his by right, which is more or less everything. He dreams of war and conquest, the way a man long lost in the desert dreams of water. I've listened as he speaks of uniting Danann beneath his crown, of sailing at the head of a great war fleet to Byzantia's shores. My greatest fear is that he is actually capable of turning his mad dreams into terrible reality. and I don't know how to stop him. I'm going to try, but I hold little hope of success. I may not be able to undo my mistake, but I can at least set some things right before the end, and that starts with getting you and our friends out of the city. I've spent all night divining the threads of possibility and probability, and I have to say you are in some seriously deep shit. I won't lie to you, because I need you to take my instructions very seriously. Odds are, you die today. I've watched your life end so many times that I'd almost given up hope of finding a path that leads to tomorrow's sunrise. Thankfully, I have, though it's narrow enough to thread through a needle without touching the sides. I know you have little reason to trust me right now. In the next few hours, you're going to be tempted to ignore my instructions. Don't. Not even for the best of reasons. My blindness may have doomed the world, so please help me save at least one good thing before the end. You've already found the key I included. It unlocks Kale's cell, second door on your right. As you finish reading this letter, a guard will bring you your meal. Ask him for a spoon and you'll have your opening to escape. Take Kale with you, and when he tries to argue, tell him that the white stag holds to his honor even as he roams free in the Orden Frog. And it's time he did too. Wait at the top of the stairs until the fat one chases the dog, then take their cloaks. Follow the east wall, but stop to stir the soup 5 times. Wait beneath the eagle until the jackdaw sounds the all clear. Then find the locked door, but don't open it until you hear the knock. A friend will be waiting on the other side. Live well, Charity, and remember me fondly as you do. Alaron Telvarian. I scanned the letter again, struggling to make sense of it all. It was a lot to take in. It hardly made any sense, and the loud echo of boots on stone that I suddenly noticed outside my door told me I had just run out of time to think about it. I heard the click of a key turning in the lock, then the protest of rusty iron as the bolt was drawn back. I stuffed the pouch and the letter behind my back just as the door swung open, and a sour-faced legionnaire with a livid purple bruise on his cheek and black swelling around one eye stepped into the room. He set a clay bowl filled with stew on the floor, then turned to leave without saying a word. I remembered Alaron's letter just in time. "Hey, don't I get a spoon?" The soldier froze, then slowly turned around. The ugly in his eyes matched his injuries. "You bust up my face, and then you have the nerve to ask for a spoon?" He kicked the bowl. It flew across the room and shattered against the wall in a spray of steaming vegetables and broken pottery. "I think it's time someone beat a lesson or 3 into your hide." His cheeks were flush, his knuckles clenched white, and there was nowhere to run. He rushed at me and aimed a vicious kick at my ribs. I couldn't have asked for a better opening if I'd said please. I dove forward. His foot struck the wall behind me with a nasty crunch. His snarl of rage turned to a scream of pain as he reeled backwards. I grabbed his other foot and wrenched it off the floor. He hung suspended in the air for a moment, then crashed to the ground. It looked like the kind of fall that would have really hurt if the back of his skull hadn't struck stone first and snuffed out his candle before the rest of his body caught up to it. I crawled over and held a finger under his nose. He was still breathing, but I had a feeling he wouldn't be too happy about that fact when he woke up. I stepped over him, slipped out into the hall, and made my way to the second door on the right. Kale stared through the grill in surprise as I retrieved the key from my boot, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. "Charity? Were you expecting someone else?" "No, but how did you—" "Tell you later," I said as I grabbed his wrist to pull him forward. "Right now, we need to get moving." He didn't budge. I turned to find him chewing his lower lip as he stared at the floor. "You know I can't go with you. I can talk my way out of that fistfight, but fleeing prison will have every soldier in Farshore out for my blood. I have to stay close to Trebonius until I find a way to free him." Anger curled in my stomach like a slow fire. I was getting really damn tired of watching Cale tear himself apart over some vow he'd made when he was just a child. I wanted to slap some sense into him, but I knew the man well enough by now to realize how trying to argue would only drive him to dig in his heels even more. I had no idea what Aileron's cryptic words actually meant, but I figured it couldn't hurt to try them. I took a step towards Cale and looked up into his eyes. The white stag holds to his honor even as he roams the Ordenfrog. It's time you did too. Cale turned white and jolted back as though he'd just seen a ghost, and then that ghost had punched him in the gut. What do you know of the white stag? Honestly, not much beyond the story. The Gallian hero, Quernos, had featured heavily in Sister Gisella's lectures. His story ended when he broke his solemn oath for love. Cressida took pity on him and turned him into a great white deer to roam the forests of his homeland, to spare him the shame of an oathbreaker's death, or some nonsense like that. She'd made me write an essay on the moral within the tale. I worked up a lot of nice words, but all I really learned from it was never to make a promise to a Gallian, and that those who draw the gods' attention were rarely glad of it in the end. The story clearly meant something to Cale, though. A faint sheen of sweat had broken out across his forehead, and his eyes darted left and right as if searching for a place to hide. I took another step forward and aimed my words at the gap that had finally opened in his armor of honor and blind loyalty. If Tyrael had driven a blade through Trebonius's heart instead of taking over his mind, would you still be bound to your oath? Well, no. When he gave me my freedom, I swore that I would obey him as a father and serve him all my days. If he had died, there would no longer be a man to serve, but trust me, Cale, he's dead. I thought of Safary's wild fury as she tore at my soul, and the feeling of forgetting myself as I faded beneath her onslaught. If I hadn't found a way to hold my ground against her, I was certain there would have been nothing left of me. I placed a hand on his arm. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. You're certain? I nodded. He held my gaze for a moment, then sighed and nodded in return. Then let's put this damned city behind us. Sounds like my kind of plan. Of course, to do that, we first needed to make our way past an entire legion of armed soldiers and over the barracks wall somehow, but at least now we'd face that challenge together. We ran down the corridor and took the stairs, 2 at a time, until our flight ended in front of an iron-banded door. Thankfully, no one had bothered to lock it behind the guard who'd brought my food. I pushed it open far enough to peek out through the crack and see just how deep in the shit we really were. The answer was really damned deep, in case you were wondering. The door to the cells stood on one wall of a large rectangular building that enclosed an open yard at its center. This was the heart of the barracks, with dormitories, kitchens, supply rooms, and an armory through the various doors that lined the walls, and officers' quarters in the tower that rose above the east wall. The drill yard was a bustle of activity. A score of soldiers in training gear sparred under the sharp eyes of a centurion who barked insults and drove home his instructions with sharp raps of his parade stick. A dozen more worked to unload 2 supply wagons into the larder across the yard by the main gate. Soldiers, staff, and servants came and went, stepping in and out of doors in a flurry of efficient activity that would have put an anthill to shame. Everyone had a job. Standard-issue Legion cloaks and insignias of rank were visible everywhere. I shook my head. We could try to leg it, but we'd be spotted before we took 2 steps through the door. It didn't help that 3 legionnaires sat on camp stools just outside the door as they ate their midday meal. They sat just beyond the shade of the portico roof with their cloaks draped over the railing, enjoying the spring sunshine. 2 of them had the compact, wiry build of the Byzantian farm boy who had formed the Legion Corps for centuries, but the third must have been a quartermaster or scribe, since I didn't see how a rank-and-file soldier could ever get away with packing on that many pounds. His stool creaked and groaned with the slightest shift of weight. His companions each ate from a single clay bowl, but he held a loaf of bread and a second helping of stew balanced in his lap as he worked on scraping his first bowl clean. He was so focused on his food that he didn't notice the small terrier sneaking up behind him. It looked more like an officer's pet than a stray mongrel. Its white and black coat was washed and brushed, and it wore a leather cord around its neck. But I knew a born and bred thief when I saw one. The dog eased around the man's leg, checked once to make sure the coast was clear, then darted up to snatch the loaf of bread from his lap. The fat man jolted back in surprise, which was more than the poor stool could handle. The back leg snapped in half, dumping him on the ground with a face full of stew as the little dog leapt over him and raced for safety with a loaf twice its size in its jaws. The fat man came to his feet in a rage, sputtering and swearing as he set off after his attacker. His friends didn't seem inclined to join in, but they were more than happy to shout advice, cheers, and insults as their friend chased the dog around the yard. The scene quickly drew more attention, and soon even the stone-faced centurion laughed and pointed his stick at the show. I motioned for Cale to wait for me, then slipped out and moved to the rail in a low crouch to grab 2 red cloaks. I passed one to Cale, wrapped the other around my shoulders, and together we turned left and followed the portico along the east wall as fast as we could manage without actually running. The muscles in my back and shoulders held a contest to see which one could clench the tightest as I braced for a shout of alarm. Walking with Legion red on our backs might keep a casual glance from picking us out of the crowd, but one good look was all it would take for someone to notice that I had breasts and Cale had hair grown out to his shoulders. We made our way along the covered walk, passing dark rooms lined with cots and a large kitchen whose wonderful smells reminded me that I hadn't had a bite to eat since breakfast. I began to think we might actually make it to the gate. Then 2 soldiers stepped out of a door further down and began walking right towards us. I grabbed Cale's arm and pulled him into the kitchen on instinct. A table covered with chopped vegetables and cuts of meat stood in the center of the room, while 2 large cauldrons simmered over the open hearth on a wall lined with hanging pots, pans, and utensils. A hallway led further into the building, and I saw a man in a white apron at the far end, walking back towards the kitchen with a loaded basket in his arms. "We have to go," Cale whispered, but I caught his arm as he turned for the door, put a finger to my lips, and pulled him over to the cauldrons. I grabbed a spoon off the wall and began to stir the pot. 1, 2. "What in the hells are you doing? Just trust me." 3, 4. "Charity." 5. "Hey, get your dirty paws away from the soup, you damned—" I turned and shoved Cale out the door without looking back. The 2 soldiers had just walked past the door a split second before we stepped through it. We continued down the portico before they had a chance to turn around. We reached the end of the covered walkway without incident. All that stood between us and freedom was a strip of grass and the gatehouse itself. The heavy gate still stood open from letting the supply wagons in, but I didn't know how long that would last. The soldiers had nearly emptied the wagons. Their work kept them closer to the gate than I would have liked, but I figured if we ran fast enough, we could dash through and disappear into the city before they caught on. I stepped down onto the grass and froze in my track. A black shadow lay at my feet, wings outstretched in full flight. I looked up and saw that it was cast by the Legion's eagle standard that stood watch above the gatehouse. "What's wrong?" Cale asked as he glanced back over his shoulder. "We have to wait." "Here? Are you crazy?" He was right. There was no cover, and nothing to explain our presence. All my instincts screamed at me to get moving, but Alaron's letter hadn't steered us wrong yet. I stared at the eagle's shadow, torn between the elf's instruction and my better judgment. Then a man stepped out of the gatehouse door. I recognized his grim face and purple-crested helmet. It was Calix, and he was walking straight towards us. If we'd been running across the grass, he would have seen us immediately, but waiting beneath the roof had only bought us a second more. He seemed distracted, frowning as he worried at a thought, like the little terrier who now lounged nearby tore into his loaf of bread. But I knew that wouldn't last much longer. I gathered myself to run. I knew it wouldn't save us, but anything was better than standing like a frightened mouse waiting for a snake to swallow it whole. A crash rang out from across the yard. I looked and saw that a crate had fallen from the wagon and broken open on the ground, spilling rice grains across the clipped grass. A jackdaw, who'd sat perched on the wagon, leapt into the air and screeched a startled protest as it flew off. "Damn your useless hide to Magrin's halls!" Calyx shouted as he spun and marched towards the offenders. "Shift that crate, and I want to see every god's damn grain accounted for, or you'll be scrubbing pots for a month." "Go!" We stepped off the portico, but by now I knew better than to second-guess Aileron's letter by heading for the gate. I looked to my left as we stepped away from the main building and spotted a small postern gate tucked away in the corner of the barracks' outer wall. We hurried towards it, slipped into the cool shadow of the mortared stone, and waited for a knock. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait long. I'd only taken 2 breaths when I heard a faint tap-tap coming from the other side of the door. I drew back the heavy bolt and pushed the door open. "Right on time, Cocoan." I stared at Sheska in stunned silence, then leapt forward and lifted the little halfling off the ground in the biggest hug I could manage. "You're safe!" My heart was hammering in my chest. I was smiling like a lunatic, and I didn't care one bit. After losing so much, so fast, the sudden shock of seeing Sheska whole and healthy was like a glass of cold water on the hottest day of summer. "Ah!" she sputtered as she fought to break free. "If I had known you'd grown so soft, I would have stayed lost in the mountains." She finally wrestled free and took a moment to smooth her rumpled shirt with offended dignity, but I caught the hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Good to see you well, Sheska," Cale said as he glanced back towards the drill yard, "but could we save the rest of the happy reunion for when we're free and clear?" "The big man has twice your sense," she sniffed as she punched my thigh. "Come, we have no time to lose if we are to escape the city by nightfall." She set off down the narrow street beyond the door as Cale and I chased after her, and together we ran towards freedom. Chapter 11. Sheska led us back to the Mythic Quarter and straight to the front door of the Ale and Pickle. Once I realized where we were headed, I tried to warn her that soldiers might still be in the area, but she didn't even break stride and just said that it wasn't a problem. She ran all the way across the city, so I had to focus on steady breathing and quick footwork rather than asking questions. We stepped through the door to find Magnus and Nataka seated at one of the tables. They were finishing their ales and arguing over the best method of eating pickles, as if nothing had happened since I saw them last. Sansa leaned on the bar with a drink in her hand and a thoughtful look in her eye, while her giant Sakri bodyguard and a half-dozen Ghazi scraped their plates clean at a corner table. Anya was wiping mugs behind the bar, but she didn't look like she wanted to use them to murder anyone, so I guessed that the Ghazi had paid for their fare this time. Nataka was on her feet before we'd taken 2 steps inside. "My friends, it is a joy to see you all well." Nataka's face was one big toothy grin. Magnus nodded and raised a hand in greeting without swearing or even scowling, which made that the most surprising moment in an already eventful day. "Especially you, fierce one," Nataka said as she gave Sheska a small bow of greeting. "How did you survive the Waygate?" I'd been wondering the same thing as I chased Sheska across the city. I turned to hear her story and found her staring out the window with a far-off look in her eye. "I almost didn't. The portal deposited me high in the Frostspire Mountains. I tried my best to find shelter, but it was very cold." Given Sheska's talent for understatement, I could only imagine the frozen hell she had endured. The memory of Safari's ice-cold rage tearing at my soul sent a shiver of sympathy down my spine. Then Sheska looked up at me. "I do not think I would have survived the night if Aileron hadn't found me before the sun set." "He what?" My shiver turned into a shock of surprise. Sheska shook her head as though she didn't believe her own memory. "He appeared from nowhere to dig me out of the snowdrift I'd fallen into, then carried me back through the Waygate." She turned her eyes to the rest of the group in turn. "He asked me to tell you all that he always keeps his promises, even if he doesn't always tell the truth." I remembered his words when we'd lost Sheska. He'd promised to do everything in his power to bring her back. After learning that he'd used us all just to get what he wanted, I had assumed he just said that to convince us to continue on to the city. Clearly, I'd been wrong about that, which left me wondering what else I'd been wrong about. Sansa finished her drink and walked over to join us before I'd arrived at an answer. "Didn't think I'd be seeing you again after I heard the Legion grabbed you," she said as she held out a hand. "I'm not sure if you've got the worst luck in the world for walking into a trap, or the Divine's own grace on you for walking out of a jail cell like it was the Plaza Novi." "A bit of both, I think," I said as I clasped her arm, although I have to admit that we did have a little help. I showed them Alaron's letter and explained everything that had happened since I woke up in the jail cell. I expected questions, but Magnus, Nataka, and Sansa all produced a letter of their own, each displaying the same looping script on fine white paper. "I found it on my desk this morning," Sansa said. "He knew things that no one else could know. He offered me something I didn't even know I wanted in exchange for helping you past the walls. How is that even possible?" "Magic," I shrugged. She held the paper between two fingers and eyed it as though it might decide to wake up and bite her at any moment. Just a few weeks ago, I would have stood flinching right along with her. You get used to it eventually. I looked down at Sheska. "Is that what I looked like when I first got here?" "Oh, she is handling things far better than you did. Her eyes don't seem to be in danger of popping out of her skull." "We both found our letters this morning as well," Nataka explained. "They told us to meet with you here." "Almost tossed mine in the fire," Magnus grumbled. "That damned elf has a lot of nerve giving us orders after what he's done." "He's trying to put things right, Magnus. That ought to count for something." I realized it was true as I said it. I was still furious with the idiot for keeping his plans a secret and nearly getting us all killed, but it's not as though I hadn't made my share of mistakes over the years. If I'm being honest, I tended to solve my problems by just leaving them behind me, rather than trying to clean them up. "At least he chose a spot with good drinks." "I hope you had one for the road," Sansa said as she nodded towards the door, "because we need to get moving if we're going to keep the schedule your friend laid out. The execution will start in a few hours, and we need to get you lot in position before then, or we'll miss our window." "Right then." I paused in mid-sentence. "Wait, what execution? You didn't know?" "If I already knew, then I wouldn't have asked." Sansa stared at her boots for a moment, then sighed and looked at each of us in turn. "Your friend has been accused of the murder of Governor Calicus, and the attempted murder of the governor-elect. He'll be executed at sundown." Everyone started talking at once, but I didn't really hear them as the pieces all came together in my head. Now I understood what Alaron had been trying to say. If he'd been divining the future, then he already knew that his attempt to take out Tyrael would fail. But for some reason, he tried anyway. Maybe he couldn't stand the thought of watching as the tyrant he'd unleashed drowned the world in war. Or maybe he really did just want to make things right with us. But whatever the reason, he was sacrificing himself as a distraction to get us out of the city. "Why, you need to get moving," Sansa argued as she pointed to the door. "He's as good as dead. But if you stay and die with him, it will have been for nothing." "No." Everyone looked at me. I clenched my hands to fists and glared back at them. Alaron may have been the one who handed Trebonius the crown, but we all traveled to that damn city and brought it back here, together. This was what Alaron had tried to warn me about. He knew I'd want to stay and try to save him. According to his visions, that didn't end too well for me. But to my surprise, I found I no longer cared. Running now might get me to tomorrow in one piece, but then I'd have to face it, knowing I'd let a friend pay one hell of a price for my freedom. And I just didn't have the stomach for that anymore. If I had needed any final evidence of how much I'd changed since I came here, this was sure it. Let's say we escape Farshore. What then? Tyrael will still be here, and it sounds like it'll only be a matter of time before that ends up becoming our problem again. Only he'll be far harder to deal with if he has an army at his back. Besides, even if we ran far enough that we never had to think about any of this again, I don't think I can live with the... Magnus put a hand on my arm.
No one is arguing with you, lass.
What? I'd been ready to cajole, shame, and badger until they agreed to help me rescue Alaron, but the grim looks on their faces told me none of that was necessary.
I might still kill the bastard after we free him, but if you think I'm going to run for the hills and let a mangy pack of humans string him up like a plucked goose, then you don't know shit about Magnus Ironprow.
We're all with you, Cale said as he squeezed my shoulder.
Tyrael has a lot to answer for.
The wizard saved my life once already. Sheska's hands were clenched, tight at her side.
I'll die before I let him do it again.
You're all crazy, Sansa huffed as she eyed the door. The Legion Honor Guard will be on watch, and they'll be expecting trouble. Sansa spoke as though she were explaining how rain works to a small child. You really think that 5 of you can fight your way through a score of soldiers, save your friend before he hangs, and then escape before they carve you into tiny pieces?
We faced a horde of ghosts and lived to tell of it. At least humans bleed,
Sheska said with a feral gleam in her eye. She took a small step forward, and Sansa shifted backwards before she could catch herself. That may be true. Nataka dropped a restraining hand on Sheska's arm. But some sort of plan is probably in order. I'm working on that. Everyone turned to look at me. My mind raced along at double speed, and the outlines of an idea were beginning to take shape. The Legion is only following his orders because they think he's the duly appointed governor. Once they see what he really is, they'll stand down at the very least. If they see him tossing enough magic around, they might even help us take him out.
You're assuming they'll hold their swords long enough to stop and think, Cale pointed out. They won't.
I know. That's why we'll need to stop them ourselves until they've had a chance to reconsider who they want to stab first.
I hate to admit it, but the pale human girl is right about the odds, Magnus grumbled.
Sansa glared at him, but I doubt he even noticed.
Taking on that many soldiers at once would be a tall order. One of them is bound to get lucky sooner or later.
Right you are, Master Dwarf, I said, but I kept my eyes fixed on Sansa as I spoke. That's why my plan needs a lot more than 5 people to pull off. Oh no, she said, raising her hands and backing away as she caught the way my words were drifting. Your elven friend barely managed to convince me to help you escape the city as it is. There's not enough gold in Danan to bribe me into killing legionaries. Who said anything about killing? All I need is for your boys to help us keep them still for a bit. If everything goes as planned, the worst they'll suffer are a few bruises. She paused, her eyebrows crowding together as she thought it over. And what do we get in return? You get to help us stop a mad archmage from taking over the city and turning it into his own personal plaything. I suspect that would be bad for business. She frowned, then sighed and nodded. Every time we meet, I end up agreeing to something against my better judgment. Try dividing up the dinner portion with her, Cale said under his breath. I ignored him and turned to Nataka. Can your magic be used to carry something? What kind of something? Nets. Heavy ones. They'd need to stay hidden, then cover ground fast when it's time. She thought for a minute, then nodded. Excellent. Cale, you and Magnus head out to shoreside and bring back as many fishing nets as you can get your hands on. Beg, borrow, or steal if you have to. I turned to Sheska before he had a chance to argue. The plaza will be ringed with buildings on all sides. Scout it out and find a rooftop with a clear view of the gallows. Take your time and get settled in. When it's time, I'll need you to make an impossible shot from 100 yards away on the first try." Her eyes lit up a little. "I thought you'd like that. Once you've picked your spot, you'll need to find Kale and Magnus and show them where you'll be." I turned back to Sansa. "Have your boys meet up with them to stash the nets wherever Sheska tells you before the crowd starts to gather. Then stand by to follow their lead once things start flying." "I have a question." I turned to find Nataka staring thoughtfully at her boots. Then she looked up at me, and I saw concern etched on her face and a hint of fear in her eyes. "None of us remember what happened when we faced Tyrael before, but the fragments I can recall are not pleasant. If your plan succeeds, we'll be facing an angry wizard who just lost the only reason he has to avoid using his magic. What will stop him from killing us on the spot?" "I will." "You will?" I took a deep breath, untied my scarf, and pulled Safari's necklace out from underneath my shirt. A round of gasps greeted its brilliant sapphire glow. I found it in the Shattered City, but it came with a little more baggage than I bargained for. I told them the whole story. How Safari had been skilled and strong enough to bind her soul within the necklace she had loved in the heartbeat after it had been torn from her body by the Sundering, just like Tyrael was bound to his crown. I detailed how she'd tried several times to dominate me, but also how she'd lent me her magic and helped me defeat the Mad King and free us all from the Mirror Realm. I was surprised at how good it felt to share it all with them. "So, that's it. Once we make our move, I'll keep Tyrael busy while you get Alaron free. Then we run like Magrin herself is behind us." "Why didn't you tell us?" Sheska sounded genuinely hurt as she stared at the necklace I'd kept hidden. "Well, at first I had no idea what had even happened," I stammered. My guts twisted as I looked for a way to be honest without telling the whole truth, that even just a few days ago I was still planning to cut them loose and strike out on my own as soon as we got back to Farshore. By the time I really figured it out, we were on the run, and things had been a little busy since then. "But you knew." Kale's voice was as cold as the look in his eyes. "You knew about the crown and what it would do before we gave it to Trebonius, because you've been wearing that thing the whole time." "I didn't know anything." The words caught in my throat. I'd known enough to put the pieces together, if I'd bothered to stop and try. Maybe I should have, but I didn't really stop to think about it. I just wanted to hand the damn thing over and get my life back. Whatever it takes to get what you want. Right, Charity? Words are just tools to you. What are you talking about? Then I caught up to what he was saying. I'd convinced him that Trebonius had died when he put on that crown. Yet here I stood wearing an artifact just like it, or at least that's how it looked to him. They weren't the same, though, were they? I'd assumed that when Tyrael had taken control of his body, Trebonius had also been destroyed. Could I have been wrong? You lied to me! Kale's face was a thundercloud, and I had nowhere to run. "Kale, He turned and stormed out the door before I could finish. "I'll make sure we have those nets for you," Magnus said as he chased after him. "Just have everything else ready when we do. Slow your pace, Longshanks! Damned humans, always walking like they got coals in their boots." His grumbling faded away as he disappeared out the door, leaving me standing in stunned silence as the others cast sidelong glances at each other. The more I thought about his words, the guiltier I felt. I'd never understood his stupid oath or his fixation with something as intangible as honor. Had I been so eager to talk him out of it that I'd only seen what I'd wanted to see? Even if that were true, I still didn't know what I would have said or done differently. Whichever way I looked at it, things always led to this point. He would always turn words into a binding net, and I would always twist and turn to avoid being caught by it, which made any thoughts I'd had of a friendship between us, or even something more, seem really damned foolish in hindsight. All in all, I felt very reminded just then of why I'd made a point of living and working alone for so long. People always come with a price. The more you cared, the bigger the bill would be when it came due. I shook my head and pushed those thoughts aside. Cale might throw a fit, but I knew he'd still follow through on his part of the plan as long as someone else's life was on the line, which meant I still needed to do the same. Anya, could I borrow a room for a bit? Of course, young one. You will feel better after good crying time. Sheska snorted. I did my best to ignore them both as I focused on the task at hand. We all have a job to do, so let's get to it. They'll begin the execution at sundown, so that only leaves us a few hours to get everything ready. Where will you be? Sansa asked as I started to walk towards the stairs. I'll make my way to the plaza before the fun begins, but there's one more person I need to recruit first. I climbed the stairs in a hurry, partly to avoid more questions I couldn't really answer, and partly because I really wanted to be alone just then. The second floor was quiet as I made my way back to the room I'd slept in the night before. Thinking about how much had happened since I'd walked through the door that morning made my head hurt. I pushed it open to find that Anya had already straightened up, kicked off my boots, and climbed onto the bed. I sat cross-legged with my back against the headboard as I focused on slowing my breathing and quieting my mind. It wasn't easy. My insides were churning like a tidal basin at dawn. But eventually, the techniques that Mother Shanty and the Veston sisters had drilled into me began to take effect. When the rolling jumble of thoughts and emotions finally died away, I closed my eyes and focused my attention inward. We need to talk. Nothing happened at first. Then, I felt a wrenching pull, and suddenly I was falling down into an infinite night. I tumbled, boots over ears, until the sensation of falling faded away into a simple, weightless drifting. Then I felt my feet touch down onto something soft, and opened my eyes to find myself surrounded once again by snow and ice as far as the eye could see. Chapter 12. The first time I'd found myself in this place, I had been completely disoriented. Now I knew that it was a part of me, albeit a part I seemed to have lost control over. The snow and ice and biting wind were still there, but deciding to simply ignore them took most of their sting away. I turned in a circle until I saw the huge white tree. Last time it had stood alone in an empty field. Now it was surrounded by walls on all sides. I got a better look as I marched closer. White marble arches and tall windows of blue crystal rose into the air, reminding me of a temple to the 5 divines. The architecture was different, but the solemn menace and arrogance was exactly the same. The walls rose some 20 feet into the air, then dissolved into tatters of mist and fog. It looked like someone had used a wet rag to smudge away the top half of an oil painting, leaving the interior exposed to the open sky. The structure formed a long rectangle, as though a throne room had been carved out of a palace and deposited into an empty field. It made for a strange sight, and it also made one thing abundantly clear. Whatever this place might once have been, it was Safari's home now. The large arched doors swung open as I approached. I squared my shoulders and stepped inside to find a center aisle of glittering sapphire bricks that led from the door to the tree at the far end of the hall. Tall statues of ice flanked the aisle on either side. Each one depicted the same subject, a beautiful elven woman, striking various poses in flowing robes, graceful gowns, and even suits of stylish battle armor. It was the same woman who now observed my approach from a towering crystal throne that stood at the base of the tree. I took my time as I walked towards her, partly to show her that I wasn't intimidated, and partly to give me time to size her up. I'd heard her voice and felt her presence, but this was the first time I'd seen Safari in person. She wasn't entirely what I'd been expecting. She had the same slender build and tall, pointed ears I'd come to expect of an elf, but her skin was a pure porcelain white, and her eyes shone with a piercing blue that matched the gemstones beneath my feet. She wore her silver hair in an intricate coif, with twists and curls bound up behind a glittering tiara to come tumbling down her neck and back like moonlight poured out of a pitcher. When I'd first seen Aileron, I'd mistaken him for a human, but no one would ever make that mistake on seeing Safari. She radiated an otherworldly grace that was beautiful and unsettling in equal measure. "You are a good deal more common than I had expected," she said as I came to a stop in front of her. Her voice was light and musical, but I sensed a cold undercurrent beneath her poise. "Thanks. I knew you were one frosty bruta. I just didn't expect your looks to match your personality so well." "Charming. I suppose I should have expected a coarse appearance from one who delights in using such coarse language." She propped an elbow on the arm of her throne and rested her chin on her hand as she studied me. "But what are you exactly? You're no elf, unless my race have suffered a truly horrific decline in my absence. You've never seen a human before?" "Human?" Her eyebrows arched toward the ceiling in surprise. "And here I thought your kind were just a myth." "Well, how's that for irony?" I laughed. "We always thought the same of you. Now it's my turn to ask the same question. You don't look like the other elves I've seen." "You mean the Meadowlanders?" "Cerellian's grace, I should hope not. I am a princess of the Antariel. Pale elves, I suppose you would say, in this vulgar tongue we're speaking." "There's more than one kind of elf?" "Of course! Does every human appear as you do in your land?" "Well, no. I guess they don't." "Then why should my kind be any different? The Arboreal are the most numerous of my race, 'tis true, and the fondest of building cities and obsessing over the tedium of statecraft and courtly ritual. My kin range free beyond the Frostspire, and live far better for it." Her eyes narrowed and she leaned forward slightly. The air around me grew steadily colder. "Now that we've finished sniffing one another, perhaps you'd be so kind as to tell me what you want. If you've come to settle our contest over this body, I am quite ready to oblige." "The opposite, actually," I said as I held up my hands and tried to ignore the deadly chill. "I've come to propose a truce." She blinked in surprise, then frowned. "I beg your pardon?" "A truce? A ceasefire? A spit and shake? Call it whatever you like, but I want us to stop fighting, and then I want your help. As far as I can see, there are only 3 outcomes to our little stalemate. 1, you catch me when my guard is down and destroy me. I've beaten you off twice now, so I don't think that's likely. I'll admit it's a possibility, though, and I can't spend the rest of my life looking over my mental shoulder all the time. 2, I kick down your front door and destroy you. By now, I think I know how, but in all honesty, I don't really know what that would do to me in the process." She frowned, but didn't argue. "And the 3rd option?" "We coexist." She leaned back in her throne and steepled her fingers as she considered my words. "I confess you've surprised me, human. I don't know if what you ask is even possible, but I'm willing to listen for the time being. What do you have in mind?" I tried not to cough on the frigid air as I organized my thoughts one last time. Then I looked straight into her brilliant blue eyes and laid out my proposal. "I let you out of the mental closet I've locked you in. You get to see, hear, smell, feel, and taste again, and you don't have to risk your life for it." "Intriguing." I held up 2 fingers. "I have 2 conditions. First, I remain in control of myself at all times. If I so much as feel the urge to put on a blue dress or roast a few peasants, then our deal is over and we pick up right where we left off. A reasonable stipulation, she said with a twitch of her mouth that might have grown up to be a real smile one day if she hadn't smothered it so quickly. And the second? You give me your magic. Her glare could have flash-frozen a bonfire. Be very careful of what you say next, human. What's the problem? You did it once before. That was different, she sniffed. Both our lives were in danger. I can absolutely guarantee that won't be the last time, I said with a grin. Think of it like a loan if you want. One with a very good return on investment. You have the kind of power that I need to survive in this crazy place. Teach me how to use your magic, and we'll both stand a much better chance of making it through whatever near-death experiences I'm stupid enough to throw us into. She sat in thought for a long moment. Then she looked up and nodded. I accept your offer. I puffed out a small cloud of steam as I released the breath I'd been holding in, but she held up 2 dainty fingers of her own before I could speak. However, I have 2 conditions of my own. I didn't like the sound of that, but I supposed I couldn't argue. I'm listening. First, I choose the wine we drink. Are you serious? I am deadly serious. I absolutely refuse to sip on whatever vinegar swill you deem drinkable. I didn't even try not to laugh. Whatever you say, Bruta. Anything else? Her eyes narrowed to a dagger's edge. Yes, actually. You will never use that vile word to address me again. What, Bruta? It's just Byzantian slang for a female dog who... I know what it means, she snapped. Living in your head has introduced me to a whole world of new vulgarities. Every time you direct it at me, however, it takes all of my self-control to keep from forcing you to claw your own eyes out with your fingernails. So I'd appreciate a small measure of decorum on your part. I stopped laughing. She hid it well behind the haughty mask that passed for a face. But now that I really looked for it, I saw that the word genuinely bothered her. Fair enough. What should I call you then? My subjects addressed me as Saferiaten. The word was elven, but somehow I understood it as she spoke it. Glorious Safari, White Queen of the North. How about we meet halfway and I just call you Safari? That's still rather familiar for my tastes, she sighed. But coming from you, it's practically a high court bow, so I suppose I shall have to make the best of it. I suppose you will, Safari. So, what happens now? Now, we both keep to our bargain. She flicked one finger towards the sky, and I felt my feet wrenched out from under me as I flew upwards. The white light of her winter kingdom in the deep corner of my mind faded back into infinite blackness. Then I slowly became aware of the feel of the soft mattress beneath me and the warm glow of afternoon sunlight on my skin. I opened my eyes and looked around the room in a daze. At first, everything looked blurry and indistinct, as though I was looking through the rippled surface of a pond. I shook my head, rubbed my palms into my eyes, and when I blinked them open, I was relieved to see that things looked normal again. I took a few deep breaths, then focused on letting Safari out of her cage. I didn't know exactly what I was doing, so I just concentrated on the image of opening a door and inviting her through it. Nothing happened. Safari, I shouted in my mind. Not so loud, child. You'll leave me deaf and senseless before sundown. Her voice came through far louder and clearer than it ever had before. I take it whatever I did worked then? So it would seem. I'd forgotten how bright the world can be. The wave of mixed sorrow and wonder that swept through me took my breath away. Feeling someone else's emotion as if it were my own was as strange and uncomfortable as you might expect. My apologies. It seems I've distressed you. You've held to your word, so I shall hold to mine. Let us begin. You're going to teach me magic, right now? Why not? You have a great deal to learn and little time to learn it in. Best we get started. I just assumed you'd need, books and scrolls and such. Every lesson the Daughters of Vesta ever taught me came with hours of reading and twice that in practice." Her laughter sparkled like sunlight on icicles. "Then you can be grateful you are not bound to a wizard who draws his magic from dusty tomes and endless repetition. My magic comes from the soul. Open your hand." I did as she asked and stared at my empty palm. "Now, call up the ice." I stared harder as I waited for ice crystals to form and bind together. Nothing happened. "No, you cannot simply hope. You must know that it will be as you will, and then make it so." She made it sound so easy, but how was I supposed to be certain of something that I didn't understand? "Think of it this way. The air around you is filled with water. Water freezes as easily as it boils. You're simply telling the water to do what it already wants to do, and your will is the conduit that carries that message." That actually makes a strange kind of sense. I am so pleased you approve. Now do it. I focused inward again. This time, instead of watching for a sign that something was happening, I looked at my hand as if the thing I expected to see was already there. And then it was. Vapor swirled together to form a jagged crystal of ice in my palm. I tipped my hand to let it roll off, then caught it with my left and laughed aloud in relief. "Congratulations! You've achieved a feat that every Antariel child learns before they can walk. Now, this time, I want you to picture a shape for the ice to flow into." I sighed, placed my little ice crystal on the nightstand, and set about learning to wield magic. Chapter 13. The Plaza Novi was already crowded by the time I arrived. Public executions were relatively rare, given that most everyone in Farshore with criminal inclinations was already confined to hard labor, and most of those who did break the law were sent to fight in the arena. Word that the villain who had murdered the governor was to be hanged at sunset would have drawn out half the city on its own. The fact that he was also a mythic drew the other half. The Plaza Novi was Farshore's central square. Its granite flagstones spread across an area the size of a shipyard, with a bronze statue of Emperor Octavian rising 20 feet into the air at its center, and the dome of the Capita rising higher than that on its north end. Byzantia's own Plaza Vitorum was larger than some towns, and frequently hosted huge crowds. But from what I'd heard, the Plaza Novi was something of a running joke. With no senators to give speeches or circus troupes to draw crowds, the huge space usually sat empty. But tonight, it lived up to its potential and then some. Every square inch hosted a man or woman who pushed, jostled, stood on their toes, or raised children onto their shoulders for a better view. Some enterprising youngsters had even climbed Octavian's statue to perch on his arms and shoulders. The sun had already dipped below the rooftops, but hundreds of torches and lanterns had been lit around the square. The gallows platform stood tall enough to provide everyone with a decent view, but Safari's lessons had taken long enough that I now had no hope of moving beyond the plaza's edge. I climbed up onto a rain barrel beneath the eave of a candlemaker's shop and settled in to wait. I didn't have to wait long. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed before a stirring in the crowd across the plaza announced the arrival of the Patriari. Farshore's nobility arrived in their finest as a squad of Legion soldiers in parade kit pushed, shouted, and shoved a clear path through the crowd. They made their way to the wooden stands that had been erected on either side of the gallows and took their seats by order of rank and standing. Once the last of them had settled in, the blare of trumpets announced the arrival of the main attraction. My meager perch didn't afford the best of views, but I knew from the sudden outburst of boos, cheers, and curses that Alaron had just been led into the plaza. The shouting marked his progress through the crowd, until I finally caught sight of him as he and the Imperial Executioner mounted the gallows steps. His arms were bound behind him, and his shoulders stooped low. Tyrael followed behind them, carrying a speaking trumpet still hidden within Trebonius's small, black-clad frame. He turned to address the crowd as the executioner settled the noose over Aileron's neck. "Good people of Farshore Colony, I greet you in Jovian's good name on this sad day, and stand before you as governor-elect by the Emperor's favor and the grace of the 5 divines." The trumpet carried his voice across the square, and the crowd fell silent as they strained to catch his words. I had to give the bastard credit. He'd learned how to talk the talk. It seemed that the same connection that had taught Safari the meaning of some of the saltier Byzantian slang I spoke, and enabled me to understand ancient Elven, had afforded Tyrael a thorough understanding of Byzantian speech and customs. If I hadn't known that a psychotic elven archmage lay hidden inside that thin and unassuming body, I never would have guessed that anything was amiss. "We have suffered a great tragedy. Our noble governor has been laid low by this elf's foul magic. Since we arrived on these shores, we have only ever sought peace with its natives, but their treachery has made a mockery of our noble intent. Tonight we gather to see justice done, and on the morrow I will issue a formal call for all men of good faith and righteous hearts to join in the formation of a 2nd Legion Corps. I will dispatch our fastest ship to petition the Emperor for a 3rd, and a 4th, and 100 more, until the fields of Danaan shake beneath the marching boots of the greatest army this world has ever seen. We will answer their violence 1,000-fold, and bring the light of the divine's truth to every corner of this dark land." The screams and cheers that answered his words would have deafened an elephant twice over. The windows behind me shook with sound and fury for a full minute, and the roar only subsided after Tyrael waved his arms for silence. The hush that followed that outpouring of rage left me feeling very small and very afraid. "Let this mythic's life be the first of many laid at the feet of the divines." He turned and nodded to the executioner. At his signal, the burly man turned the spokes of the winch at his side. The rope went taut, and Aileron began to rise into the air. The crowd screamed again as he began to kick and flail, fighting for breath against the unrelenting rope. 1 full second passed, then another, and another. Aileron's struggles faded to a few pitiful twitches as the life drained from his body. Sheska should have acted already. Something had gone horribly wrong. I knew I'd never reach him in time, but I gathered myself to try anyway. Just before I started to move, something blurred out of the shadows of the rooftops above the gallows. Sheska's arrow threaded between the gallows post and sliced through the rope like a knife. The shouting turned to a stunned hush as Aileron dropped to the ground. He wasn't moving, but at least he wasn't hanging anymore, and that brief moment of surprise was the best opening I was going to get. Remember, don't hope. No. I took strength from Safari's confidence and jumped. The force of my legs carried me out over the heads of the people in front of me. As my momentum began to die away, I summoned the cold wind to do the rest. Frost gathered on my skin and broke away to drift to the ground like snowflakes, but the current carried me up into the air. It wasn't flying as a bird would understand it, but it was close enough. As I shot forward on a stream of ice, the screams of shock and alarm I heard from beneath me confirmed that the crowd had taken notice of the white comet overhead. The voice in my mind that never stopped questioning still protested that this was impossible, but the rest of me surged with a fierce thrill as I flew through the air on a frozen current. Safari had said that magical flight was a feat that few ever managed, and those that did only achieved it after a lifetime of honing their power. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait that long, since all I'd needed to do was learn how to tap into and channel Safari's incredible well of arcane power into the world. The crowd began to churn as Farshore citizens shrank away from the strange sight over their heads, but the Legion cohort raised their shields and rushed to form a ring around the gallows. From the speed and confidence of their movement, I guessed that Tyrael had given them some sense of what to watch for and instructions for how to react. Thankfully, I had too. I filled my lungs with as much air as they could hold and screamed over the clamor as I sailed towards the gallows. "Nataka! Now!" A figure broke away from the front ranks of the crowd and threw back her hood to reveal gray skin, yellow tusks, and rows of tight-woven black hair. "Toski, steward of the high vaults, lend me your aid!" As her gravel voice rang out above the milling crowd, the sky overhead began to churn with a sudden rush of storm clouds. Bits of gray-black vapor broke away to funnel down to the earth. Each one resolved into the rough shape of a man, their arms and legs pumping furiously as they ran down from the heavens. They converged on the dome of the Capita itself, alighting for a brief moment to gather something in their arms before lifting off again, then soared out over the legionnaires and dropped a half-dozen fishing nets over their heads. The soldiers went down in a tangle of weighted hemp, fighting and thrashing to free themselves. No doubt they would have succeeded before long if Magnus, Kale, and a dozen Ghazi toughs brandishing heavy clubs hadn't forced their way through the crowd.
"Let's crack some heads!"
I had to smile at the obvious glee in Magnus's voice as he led the charge. The red-headed dwarf crashed into the soldiers like a one-man avalanche as the Ghazi followed close behind, smashing and striking with their clubs at every hand and helmet that began to break free of the nets. In an open battle, they would have been cut down in a heartbeat, but this was dirty fighting, and that was a Ghazi's specialty. I touched down on the gallows platform as the thugs and soldiers scrapped it out below and drew my sabers the instant my boots hit something solid. Alaron still lay sprawled on the platform, but the executioner stood over him with his sword held high to strike. I leapt forward and raised my blade just as his own flashed in the torchlight. The clash of steel on steel rang out as I caught his strike an inch from Alaron's head. The big man tumbled back in surprise, then gathered himself and aimed a vicious chop in my direction. I almost felt sorry for him. It was clear he was no swordsman, but his blade could still cut deep if I allowed it. I didn't. I parried his swing with one of my own, twisted to wrench it away and send it spinning over my shoulder, then buried the other in his chest. How disappointing. I turned to find Tyrael standing with the executioner's sword in his hands. Does no one study the deadly arts anymore? I settled into a ready stance and beckoned him with the tip of my saber. Come and find out if you've got the balls. He smiled at my weak insult, then lunged forward. Tyrael slashed, parried, and cut like he wasn't human, which was appropriate, I suppose. It was more than just speed or power, although he had both to spare. He moved with a deadly and precise grace that sent every strike to exactly the right place, and countered each of my attacks with ease. Even working with Trebonius's thin frame and untrained muscles, he fought like a demon of steel and death, and he managed to look bored while doing so. "Protect the governor!" I spared a quick glance at the plaza below to see that Calix had cut himself free of the nets and was fending off 3 Ghazi bashers to give his men time to do the same. "For the Emperor! For the Eagle!" Things were not going well. The Legion soldiers saw only a heroic man holding back another assassin. If I couldn't bait Tyrael into revealing himself, we were all dead. But cold steel didn't seem to be doing the job. "You've asked for my help, so why don't you use it?" Safari sounded like a frustrated child, but I couldn't fault her logic. I turned a parry into a quick backstep to gain a bit of space, then focused my will. "He favors his left side." "Thanks." I conjured a veil of ice along my sword and slashed the air to send it arcing towards him. He cut upward to shatter the ice and send a shower of harmless fragments over his shoulder, which left his right flank wide open for the second ice wave I'd thrown just after the first. The blade of razor ice cut into his side, white frost mixing with a sudden spray of blood. He twisted aside on instinct, so he managed to keep his guts on the inside, but the cut was deep, and from the shock in his eyes I could see that it had hurt. "What's it gonna be, Tyrael? Hide and die, or face me on equal grounds?" He grinned at me like a jackal as he clamped a hand over his wounds. "You should be more careful of what you wish for, little girl." Then he closed his eyes and began to change. Trebonius's hunched and bleeding form began to warp like a candle held too close to the oven. His limbs grew longer and filled out with the muscles of a lifetime of sword drills. Trebonius's black tunic morphed into elegant robes of white and green. His ears extended to pointed ends, and his short-cropped black hair faded to a golden blonde as it grew down to the small of his back. Finally, his pinched features slid aside as a regal beaked nose, pointed chin, and emerald green eyes pressed forward like a face emerging from beneath the surface of a murky pond. It was, in short, the strangest damned thing I'd ever seen. And I wasn't the only one who found the sight disturbing. Calix, his soldiers, and the Ghazi all stood gaping up at us in stunned horror as Tyrael stood to his full height and stretched. "So much better." He tossed a lock of golden hair over his shoulder and smoothed down the front of his robes. "I suppose I ought to thank you. This mask was diverting at first, but it's grown rather boring of late. You humans are far too fond of pious speeches. Can't say I disagree with you on that." I lunged forward to strike him down while he fussed with his clothes. My sword struck a wall of shimmering golden light and glanced off to the side. As the light from his ward faded away, he looked up and grinned at me with all the malice of a cat who looked forward to playing with his food before he ate it. "Now, where were we?" He thrust his empty hand at my chest. Just before his palm touched me, the same golden light flared for an instant. Then a force like the weight of a crashing boulder struck my chest, lifting me off my feet and flinging me backwards. I slammed into one of the gallows posts, then slid to the ground. The world spun around me. Everything hurt. And as if that wasn't bad enough, I quickly discovered that I couldn't breathe. I struggled for air, but each time I tried to fill my lungs, a sharp stab of pain racked my chest and caught me up short. Blood welled up my throat and soaked my tongue with a thick, bitter tang. Tyrael smirked, then turned and walked towards the stairs as if I were already dead. Chapter 14. "Your ribs have fractured and pierced your lungs. If you take a full breath, you'll die." Safary's voice was maddeningly calm as she stated the obvious. "Not breathing isn't much of an option either." I fought to control my rising panic, but it was a losing battle. "Keep your head clear. Magic does not respond well to fear and doubt." "Easy for you to say. You're not the one bleeding out and suffocating at the same time." "I feel everything you do, remember? Now focus your mind and heal yourself while you're still conscious." "How?" None of Safary's lessons had mentioned any kind of healing, but then I remembered the wound I'd walked into her bedroom with back in the Shattered City, and how it had mysteriously disappeared when I woke up after putting on her necklace and accidentally letting her into my head. "Your body is mostly water. Speak to it. Make it work for you." I kept one eye on the plaza as she walked me through the process of stitching my insides back together. At least the crowd had the good sense to run for it. The square had already begun to empty out, but it would take some time before everyone had managed to flee to safety. "Form up and surround him! Defend the citizens!" Calix barked orders as Tyrael descended the steps from the gallows platform, and his men rushed to obey. Tyrael watched as they formed a half-circle around him and locked shields to bar his path. Calix leveled his sword at the elf. "Who or what are you?" "I am the rightful king of all Danaan, and I have returned for what is mine." Tyrael took another step forward, ignoring the sword point as it touched his chest. "These lands were mine, long before your father's father shat his first waistcloth. You are trespassers, and so your city is forfeit. Yield and serve me, or your lives will be as well." "We serve none but the Emperor and the divines themselves," Calix spat, then thrust his sword forward with all his strength. The metal folded like soft cheese. Tyrael winked at him, then flung his hands out to his sides. Small blue sparks danced across his fingertips. Then a wave of thunder exploded out from him in all directions. The force of the shockwave struck the soldiers' shields and sent them all flying through the air. Nataka managed to keep her feet against the onslaught. She shook her head like a dog coming out of the water, then growled and slammed the butt of her spear into the ground. The stone floor rumbled, then cracked apart in a dozen places as thick roots burst up from the earth to wrap themselves around Tyrael's legs and wrists. The wizard shouted. Then a nimbus of dancing fire burned the roots to ash in an instant. As the flames faded away, Tyrael thrust out both hands, and a column of stone shot out of the ground and slammed into Nataka like an uppercut thrown by a giant to send her crashing into the pile of dazed soldiers. "Yeah!" Magnus jumped over the fallen soldiers in his path with his axe already in mid-swing. Tyrael spun, deflecting the strike with his sword, and launched a counter that would have taken the dwarf's head from his shoulders if it hadn't been absorbed by a shield that suddenly appeared in its path. Kale pressed forward, thrusting with his blade and shoving with his shield as he sought an opening. Tyrael didn't give him one. The Elven King countered every attack, then swept his free hand in an arc that ripped Kale's shield away with a sudden burst of wind. Tyrael seized the opening, closed his eyes, and pointed his sword at Kale and Magnus as they gathered themselves and began to leap back into the fight. Green light rippled along its surface, then shot out in twin beams. As the light washed over the two warriors, they froze in mid-step, weapons raised and faces caught in twin expressions of battle fury. Tyrael opened his eyes and smiled as he raised his sword in mock salute, then thrust it straight at Kale's heart. In the instant before his attack struck home, he caught his momentum and jumped backwards, just as an arrow sliced through the air where he'd been standing. He looked over his shoulder to see Sheska running towards him from out of the shadows, another arrow already drawn and ready. He snarled a string of syllables that sent a chill into my bones, then thrust a clawed hand towards her as his words echoed in the night air. The shadows began to move, swirling around her like sharks, scenting blood as a dozen pairs of red eyes sprang to life in the darkness. One of the forms surged towards her. Sheska dropped her bow, pulled the long knife from her belt, and slashed the creature as it dove on her. Its form dissolved in a shriek of anger and pain, but the others circled around her on all sides. I pushed myself up from the post and crawled my way across the wooden platform towards Alaron's sprawled form. Every movement sent a hot stab of fire through my chest, but I ground my teeth together and pressed forward anyway. "Stop moving! You're not fully healed yet." "Don't care. Have to help my friends." Tyrael spun around and pointed his sword to where Nataka, Calix, and his soldiers had just gained their feet. "Patharion vas toxitis." Inky coils of green gas rose from the stones at their feet. The soldiers doubled over and began retching and gagging as they fought for breath. Even from a dozen feet away, the horrible stench sent me into a coughing fit as I rolled Alaron onto his back. His chest sat terribly still as I drew my boot knife and sliced through the noose and the ropes that bound his wrist. The ugly red welt around his neck didn't look good, and his blue lips and pallid skin looked even worse. "Can that healing magic of yours work on someone else?" "Yes, but it takes a great deal more energy. You're not—" I placed my hands on Alaron's chest and threw everything I had into him. A faint blue light flared on his skin for a moment. Then his eyes snapped open. "Charity? Good morning, idiot." I let the magic fade away and sagged back on my heels. I felt as if I'd just run through a lake of mud with rocks in my boots.
What in the hells are you doing here?
You're welcome. He sat up. Then his eyes grew wide as he took in the scene.
Cerelion's grace, what have you done?
Sheska fought in the shadows as she bled from a dozen cuts and gashes. Saved your ass for starters. Now get up and help us deal with Tyrael.
You don't understand.
I've seen this future, and it does not end well, not just for us, but for the whole city. Nataka and the Legionnaires struggled to crawl free of the choking cloud, but it wrapped its tendrils around their faces as it sapped the breath from their lungs. Alaron tried to stand, but his legs wobbled beneath him and he pitched forward onto his knees. He looked as though he could already see a different scene than the one in front of me, and the horror in his eyes chilled the blood in my veins. Magnus and Kale stood as still as statues, and at the center of it all, Tyrael shrieked with wild laughter as he savored the chaos he had unleashed.
"Why didn't you listen?" Alaron whispered. "He would have been content for a time, then moved on when he grew bored. A few hundred would have died, but now you've doomed them all and more."
His voice had grown so faint I had to strain forward to hear him, and his eyes swam with visions only he could see.
So much death to come, so much pain. My life isn't worth what you've just unleashed.
He was lost within his nightmare as the line between real and foreseen blurred away. I finally understood the fear that had always hovered beneath the surface of his foolish grin and light-hearted banter. I hadn't understood how close his divinations carried him to the edge of sanity. Now that I thought about it, I had never actually seen him perform any divination magic, which meant he'd been cautious enough to avoid using it until recently. Judging from the letter he'd left in my cell, he'd spent far too much time searching through the tangled paths of cause and effect for his own good, in an effort to atone for his mistake in setting Tyrael free. Maybe he was right. Maybe his vision of the future really was inevitable, and I just doomed tens of thousands to a horrible death and an entire continent to a storm of war and blood. But I'd spent my whole life kicking the odds in the teeth, and I had no intention of laying down to die just because some mystical forecast told me to. The only way you survive a world full of bullies and thugs is to keep scrapping as hard as you can, no matter what. And that's exactly what I intended to do. But first, I had to help Alaron find his way back. 10 silver! He blinked back into focus and looked at me in surprise.
What did you say?
10 silver says we kicked Tyrael's ass across the plaza and looked damn good doing it. I struggled to my feet and took my first good breath since Tyrael had nearly killed me. The flood of healing magic I'd used on Alaron seemed to have put the rest of me back together again. The power I'd already thrown out had left me dizzy on my feet, but raw adrenaline had already begun to rush in to fill the void. I didn't know how long it could keep me going, but all I could do was ride the wave till it crashed and hope it was enough. Alaron frowned and shook his head, but at least he seemed to have returned to the present.
I only wager on outcomes I haven't foreseen. That's the whole point.
I reached down to grab his arm and pull him to his feet. You told me before that your vision showed you possible futures, but that nothing is ever certain. If you don't like the one you saw, then stop moaning and help me change it. He stared at me for a moment in surprise. Then the stupid, goofy smile that I'd come to know and love spread across his face.
All right, then. You have yourself a bet.
I grinned back at him and pointed down to the plaza where our friends fought against Tyrael's magic. Go help the others while I distract him. Then we take him down together. He nodded, and I turned and threw myself into the air. I wrapped the cold wind around myself to fly out over the scene below, then sent an arctic gust down towards the ground. The blast of wind swept through the cloud of gas and scattered it into mist, leaving Nataka and the soldiers gasping like fresh-caught fish, but alive.
Nullis an pariam!
Aileron's voice rang out across the empty plaza, followed closely by a ring of silver light that swept the square. The shadows that harried Sheska were swept away as Kale and Magnus stumbled forward, dazed but finally mobile again. Tyrael whirled around and leveled his sword at Aileron. You above all should see what has become of this world since it slipped from our fingers. The glories of old replaced by broken cities and pitiful creatures squabbling over the scraps of our empire. These primitive humans are so eager to be loosed like hounds scenting blood. They could have made useful tools, the first armies of conquest and restoration until they'd outlived their usefulness. Now I shall have to go in search of more brutish means to my end. But I will not rest until Danaan has been restored to its rightful order. Surely you of all elves can understand what must be done. Aileron shook his head, his face grim. All I understand now is what a fool I ever was for believing in you. The crazed hatred in Tyrael's eyes could have melted stone. Then die a traitor's death! Writhing black tendrils began to coil around his arms as he pointed them at Aileron and opened his mouth to shout whatever arcane words were needed to complete his spell. Up here, asshole! He looked up just in time to see the storm of ice shards I'd sent flying at his face. He crossed his arms and raised his golden ward again. The ice hammered at his shield, pounding and slashing with razor-edged ferocity. The ward almost held, but the last shard broke through in a frost-white streak and speared into his shoulder. Tyrael screamed in sudden pain and fell to one knee. For the Emperor! Calix led his rallied soldiers in a frenzied charge. Farshore's honor guard raced forward, their parade armor bent and battered but still shining in the torchlight as their weapons sought blood. Then Tyrael looked up at me. His smile was gone. In its place I saw only hatred churning within a cauldron of madness on the verge of spilling over. Wait! My warning came too late. Tyrael flung a hand towards the soldiers, and each one was impaled by a spike of stone that shot from the ground beneath their feet. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. Tyrael stood to his feet, pulled the ice spike from his shoulder, then evaporated it as he conjured a roiling ball of fire in his hand. I dodged to the side as he flung the white-hot sphere at me, but it swerved in the air to follow after me. I threw a wall of cold in its path, and the fire exploded as the two forces collided. A wave of hot steam swept over me, disrupting the air that held me in the sky and sending me tumbling back to the ground. I was about a dozen feet up, which gave me just enough time to recover from my surprise and summon a gust from the ground that was rapidly rising to meet me. It slowed my fall just enough to let me tuck into a roll as I landed instead of splattering into a puddle of charity. I bounced hard, rolled across the flagstones, and skidded to a stop at the feet of Octavian's statue. Dark clouds rolled across my vision as I swam on the edge of consciousness. Get up, Charity! Safary's voice broke through the fog. I shook my head and pushed up to one knee, but the spinning didn't stop. Magnus, Kale, Nataka, Sheska, and Aileron were going after Tyrael with everything they had, and he was beating them back. Lightning flashed, flames roared, steel rang out, and Tyrael was winning. I should have listened to Aileron. He'd warned me. Everyone had warned me, but I'd been too stubborn to listen. Maybe you still can. What? No! Despite everything that had happened, the thought of running and leaving my friends to die still turned my stomach. I'm not talking about running, fool. I'm talking about this. A memory surged up out of my mind. I stood next to Aileron as he worked to alter the Waygate runes, while the treant raged and smashed nearby. Your not-so-bright human colonist ancestors built their city directly over the region's Waygate. If I activate the portal without adjusting the terminal point, it will tear whatever is nearby into tiny pieces. Oh, and our oaken friend over there might step through and rampage through the ruins a bit. But if you'd rather I cut a few corners... I snapped back to the present. With everything that had happened since then, I'd forgotten all about that small moment. But Safari hadn't. Do you think the original terminal point is nearby? I can't be sure, but there's a very good chance it's right here in this square. The city's founders would have been drawn to site their new colony over the nexus of energies here, even if they weren't aware of the reason. And this is the heart of the city. That's good enough for me. It was a blind guess, but the logic made a certain kind of sense, and it was only a matter of time before fatigue or injury slowed one of us down just enough for Tyrael to finish the job. We'd only held on as long as we had by working together and forcing him to divide his attention. If one of us fell, the others wouldn't be far behind. I stood to my feet and ran to rejoin the fight. "Alaron!" I screamed as I came closer. He ducked beneath the swipe of a spectral sword, then turned in my direction. "Open the waygate!" "It's a 20-minute ride outside the city. What possible—" Then his eyes went wide as he realized which waygate I was talking about just as I skidded to a stop beside him. "How hard did you hit your head when you fell? Just do it." He shook his head, but stepped away from the battle and closed his eyes. A nimbus of dancing lights began to spiral around him. A moment later, a crack of thunder shook the air, and I turned to see Octavian's statue split down the center. The two halves fell away like the shell of a cracked nut, and a swirling green vortex of energy began to expand out in all directions. Then the lights that danced around Alaron shot out to surround the pool of crackling green. They formed a loose circle, and everywhere the vortex touched, a snap of white pushed it back into place. "Whatever you're planning, you better do it now," Alaron gasped. "I can't hold this for long, and you don't want to know what happens if I lose control of it." I leapt in to take Alaron's place as he concentrated on holding his spell. I'd lost my swords in the crash landing, but I didn't have time to gather them up. I spun my arms in a wide circle, gathering the chill of midwinter in front of me before flinging it at Tyrael. A ball of ice the size of a wine barrel smashed into his shield. His wards held, shattering the missile to pieces, but the impact threw him several steps backwards. "Drive him towards the portal!" The others took my cue and began to press him back towards the waygate. Sheska launched a stream of arrows from his left. Nataka chanted, and the flagstones at her feet shot up to race the arrows towards their target, while Kale and Magnus jumped forward to strike in unison from his right. Tyrael launched himself into the air. Blades and missiles sailed harmlessly beneath his feet. As he soared backward, the air around him crackled with power. Then 6 bolts of lightning shot down at each of us. I jumped in front of Alaron and threw up a wall of ice. The white-hot bolt of energy struck my shield and sent me spinning away in a cloud of steam. The shock rattled my teeth and left my head reeling, but it was better than taking a direct hit. The others weren't so lucky. Lights flashed as they were dashed to the ground by the force of the blast that struck them. I gasped with relief when I saw each one of them struggling to rise to their feet, armor smoking and hair on ends. They'd lived, but that wouldn't last much longer, seeing as they could barely walk, let alone defend themselves. Tyrael touched down in front of the portal with the grace of a festival dancer. "Did you fools truly think that you could—" An earth-shaking roar drowned out whatever he'd been about to say, and Tyrael spun around to find himself staring up into the eyes of a confused and very angry treant. The archmage shouted in surprise as the huge tree snatched him off the ground in a tangle of twisted branches. Then his shout became a scream of pain as the branches began to crush and squeeze. Tyrael tried to wrench himself free, but the treant battered his head and shoulders as it wrapped more branches around his body. With a desperate heave, Tyrael pushed himself towards the treant's face. He lunged forward, straining against the unyielding branches for every last inch. then touched the tip of his sword to the rough bark. Red light flared in the darkness, but instead of fading away, it grew brighter and brighter. The treant threw back its head and screamed to the heavens as flames burst from its mouth and eyes to jet up into the night sky. Its scream was an endless wail of pain and fear that stretched on and on long after living lungs would have failed. Tyrael dropped to the ground as the limbs that held him began to snap and break apart. The fire spread out across the whole surface of the tree, lighting the night with the brilliance of 1,000 bonfires. Then the flames faded away as quickly as they'd appeared, leaving a mountain of ash in their wake. Tyrael stood to his feet, battered, bloody and breathing hard, but still very much alive. Blood streamed from a cut in his scalp, and his eyes shone with a crazed fury as he raised both hands towards the sky. I felt the earth tilt as he began to draw power to him. The clouds split overhead, fire and death churning in the yawning void, and I knew in my bones that his terrible spell would turn every man, woman, child, and stray dog in Farshore to ash the instant it was completed. Sorelian's grace. He summoned void fire. I never believed he would actually do this. Hey, asshole! Thankfully, I'd started running as soon as the treant had begun to burn, gathering power with every step. Get out of my city! I swung my fist, and the mountain of ice and snow I had gathered around me crashed down on him in an avalanche of fury. The blast threw him into the air like a leaf caught in a summer storm. Shock and disbelief flashed across his face as he tumbled through the air. Then he plunged into the Waygate portal and disappeared. Oh my! Very well done, child. I've been dying to see that accursed smile wiped off his face for 500 years. Safary's voice was the purr of a cat who'd just savored a good meal. A moment after Tyrael plunged into the swirling green vortex, the violent rumbling in the earth and sky subsided, and the flashing maelstrom that the Mad King had begun to summon in the sky above Farshore began to break up and drift away, leaving a brilliant pattern of shimmering stars in its wake. The white light of Alaron's spell grew brighter, then collapsed in on the portal. I covered my eyes to shield them from the brilliant glare. When I looked up again, the Waygate was gone, sealed and invisible once again. I turned around to find the others stumbling over towards me. The plaza stood in ruins all around us. Broken flagstones, scorch marks, melted bronze, ash, and blood marked the progress of our battle. As the rush of impending death faded away, I felt every bruise, scrape, and cut I'd just acquired fighting to see who could scream the loudest for my attention. I sighed, flopped down on the ground, and closed my eyes. Chapter 15.
We sail at first light. Be on board before the tide turns or you'll forfeit your berth and you can go tell that little blonde witch who lost her fee.
A pleasure as always, Captain. I turned and walked down the gangplank back to the shore. The 3 days since our battle with Tyrael had passed in a haze of activity. Work crews set about repairing the plaza. Calix and his men were honored with a state funeral. And Knight Captain Alexios had us all hauled in to explain what the hell had just happened to his city. As the general of Farshore's legion, he'd assumed temporary command of the colony until a full report could be dispatched to Byzantia. Thankfully, we managed to convince him that martial law and the expulsion of all mythics from the city wasn't necessary now that Tyrael was gone. He didn't say thank you, but he also didn't order us imprisoned and executed for more or less destroying the Plaza Novi in the process, so I called it a win and ducked out the door before he had a chance to change his mind. Sansa had been waiting to scoop me up as soon as the Legion turned us loose. We'd made a deal, and she made sure I held to my end. keeping me up till the small hours going over every last detail of her new efforts to establish a clandestine market for discerning patrons in search of rare and magical goods. 3 days later, she had her plan, and after a beautiful display of bribery and veiled threats leveled at the Zephyr's captain, I had my ride home. Home. The word sent a shiver through my knees as I walked past dockhands ferrying crates of raw ore, stacks of smooth-planed lumber, sacks of wheat, bales of barley, and numerous other trade goods onto the ship in preparation for its departure. I wove through coils of rope and bustling sailors, stepped down from the pier, and kept right on walking. The wagon that had carried me out to shoreside wouldn't return to Farshore for another hour, but the shouts and jostles of the busy dock had set my nerves on edge. I knew if I tried to sit still that long, I'd end up pulling out my hair, picking a fight, or both, long before the wagon got rolling. A walk through the woods sounded like a fair bargain in exchange for some room to breathe. The clamor behind me soon faded away as I followed the dirt road that wove through the trees back towards the city. I set a fast pace at first, but after a while the smell of pine needles and wet earth soaked into my lungs and brought a soothing calm along with it that slowed me down to a steady walk. Cool shadows, trilling birds, and swaying branches surrounded me, and to my surprise I found that I actually welcomed their company. When the prison wagon had first carried me up this road, I jumped at every sound and movement in the trees. I'd heard 100 stories of Farshore and the strange world beyond its walls, each one of them bad. Now that I'd journeyed to the heart of Danaan and back again, I don't know how I'd ever seen these woods as anything other than pleasant and safe. Goblins and trolls never ranged this far south of the Frostspires. There were no caves for direwolves to den in, no swamps for lizard folk or naga to raid from, and the payment of regular tribute ensured that any dwarven warships that prowled these waters kept right on sailing. Whether they'd planned it this way or just gotten insanely lucky, the colony's founders had chosen the perfect place for humanity's fragile outpost here in this land of myth and monsters. And tomorrow, I would leave it behind forever. Byzantia's glorious bustle and endless tangle of streets had always been my home. Since my first steps in Farshore, I had always believed that I would find my way back, somehow. Now I'd be sailing back with a proper berth, a full pardon, and more gold in my pack than a spice merchant sailing back from Drangia. True, we'd lost out on the windfall Trebonius had promised us when Tyrael had taken over his mind, assuming he'd actually intended to deliver on his word in the first place. That's why the first thing I'd done when Sansa had finally let me out of the Ghazi hideout was march straight back to the arena pits. Knight Captain Alexios had sent soldiers to secure the arena until a new games master could be appointed to Trebonius' post, but they were far more concerned with keeping the rowdy prisoners in line than on keeping their eyes on the shadows. It had been all too easy to slip through the door during a shift change and make my way to Trebonius' old office. Sure enough, my pack lay tucked away in the corner right where I'd dropped it. No one had bothered to clean out the singed and jumbled mess of a room, though I doubt they would have bothered with my pack even if they had. One of the perks of growing up as a dirt-stained street rat is that the things you own end up ragged, stained, and soiled before very long. My pack had fared worse than my things usually did on the long trip out to the shattered city. I'd slipped into the office, shouldered the ratty bundle, tightened the straps to keep the rather ludicrous amount of gemstone-encrusted jewelry hidden inside it from making too much of a clatter, and dashed back out into the city before anyone knew I'd been there. I shifted the pack on my back as I walked up the narrow road, enjoying its reassuring weight. You can be damned sure I hadn't let the thing out of my sight over the past 2 days. There was enough wealth clinking around in there to buy myself a house in the country, a Novari chef, and even a handsome manservant to peel me grapes if I wanted one. Escaping the arena and making my way back to Byzantia was the goal that had kept me alive these past months. Returning richer than a silk merchant's wife was more than I ever would have dreamed possible, but somehow I still felt lost and empty. Whether in Byzantia or Farshore, my days had always been driven by the needs of basic survival. What was I supposed to do now that I could choose something other than steal, run, fight, or hide? The walk back to the city ended before I'd found an answer. The soldiers on watch offered me a quiet nod of greeting as I walked through the gate. One of their comrades in the honor guard had survived his wounds, and the story of my friends and I battling the usurper in a whirlwind of magic and steel had spread through the city like a wave at high tide. I was totally unprepared to see anything other than a suspicious glare or cold indifference on a guard's face, and I hated it. Recognition like that is a death sentence for a thief. Then again, was I even still a thief anymore? I stood inside the gate, staring up the length of the Agricarum as I tried to decide what to do next. Sansa had kept me locked up in the Ghazi cave for days, and I was in no hurry to return for more damp chills, loud snores, and bland food. The day was mine, and I had absolutely no idea what to do with it. Finally, I gave up and let my feet decide for me. They led me through the Agricarum's dusty clamor and onto the breezeway that led into the heart of the city. Farshore's largest street was wide enough to catch the cool, clean air that blew in from the coast, hence its name. It boasted a long stretch of shops, stalls, bathhouses, and even a small public garden midway along the path it traced from the Agricarum to the Plaza Novi at the heart of the city. Aristocrats who had descended from the heights of the Scoli Primaris mingled with wealthy merchants and artisans who lived in spacious 2- and 3-story homes that rose above their shops all around me. When I had first arrived here, I never would have dared to set foot on the street, and no doubt the city watch would have chased me off if I tried. Now I walked amongst Farshore citizens wearing clothes as clean and trim as theirs, and no one paid me any mind. I wandered down the breezeway for hours, peering through windows and poking my head into shops at random. When I grew hungry, I followed my nose to a shaded stall serving spiced sakri dishes and ate until I couldn't manage another bite. Then I actually paid for my food. With money. The vendor thanked me and wished Cressida's blessing on my head, which left me feeling even more unsettled as I walked away and turned onto a side street. I roamed Farshore streets like an honest citizen for hours, feeling like a fraud the whole time. No one chased me away from their shop or dropped a wary hand to their coin purse as I passed by, but I knew I didn't really belong amongst the proper men and women all around me. They had homes, jobs, and families to return to. I had a cot in the corner of a damp cave, and a few inhuman friends who hadn't even bothered to come looking for me when I disappeared. Once I boarded my ship in the morning, I'd have even less than that. "You're rather gloomy for such a pleasant day." Safari had mostly kept to herself while I busied myself with keeping my part of the bargain with Sansa. She'd mostly just complained about the food, but even that had been infrequent enough that I had sometimes forgotten that I still had the disembodied soul of an ancient elven queen along for the ride. What's so pleasant about it? The sun is high, the air is clear, you have food in your stomach, coin in your purse, and a berth on a ship to carry you across the waves tomorrow. Take your pick. You're not going to try and stop me from carrying you halfway around the world? I'm rather excited about it, truth be told. I hadn't held out much hope for a city built by humans, but from your memories of the place, this Byzantia of yours seems almost tolerable. I think it should hold my interest for a week or two at the very least. Are you not eager to return there? The answer should have been easy. Right now, my future was brighter than it had ever been before, but that thought didn't warm me like it should have. No doubt I'd feel differently once my boots touched Byzantia's cobbled streets again, but for now all I felt was cold and dreary. I chose streets at random, lost in my clouded thoughts. Then I looked up and found myself standing just inside the gate to the Mythic Quarter. Inhuman crowds, mismatched buildings, strange smells, and a riot of warring colors swirled all around me. I drew in a deep breath as my unease faded into the background. I still felt lost and alone, but it was hard to pay those feelings much notice when the impossible beckoned from every corner. I started walking, this time with a purpose. 2 lefts and a right, and I was climbing the steps of the Ale and Pickle again. As soon as I'd stepped through the Mythic Quarters gate, I knew there was nowhere else I'd rather spend my last night in Farshore. I stepped inside to find my friends, all waiting for me.
Yaha! There's not an orc alive who can best Magnus Ironprow in honest competition. Another round on my friend's tab, barkeep.
Magnus crowed his victory as a burly orc slunk off in shame and another took his spot on the bench, slammed his elbow down on the table, and clasped hands with the dwarf. From the veins that rose in their necks as they heaved and strained, I thought there was a good chance that one of them would tear the other's arm off before long. Sheska and Nataka sat at a corner table, empty plates to one side to make room for a game of Boggart's Delve. Swap the table for a bare patch of ground beside a campfire, and they looked just as they had on any of the dozens of nights we traveled the open road together. Nataka smiled, and Sheska waved before turning back to their game. I got the sense that they weren't surprised to see me. Alaron grinned over his shoulder from the bar as he offered me the empty stool beside him. As I started walking towards him, I caught sight of Kale, sitting alone in the corner. He ignored me, scowling down at his mug and refusing to look up in my direction. I shook my head and headed for the bar. He'd either get over himself and forgive me, or he wouldn't. Either way, it wouldn't be my problem by tomorrow morning. "Quite a party you've got going here," I said as I slid onto the stool and waved at Alexei for a drink. "Celebrating our glorious victory?" "Of course not. We wouldn't dream of beginning without you. I tried to convince Nataka to let me bake her into a cake so she could jump out and surprise you, but for some reason she said no, repeatedly." "What a poor sport." I hid my grin with a sip from the mug that Alexei placed in front of me. "Exactly! Orcs have no sense for theatrics." "It's a problem." Then my smile slipped away as my brain caught up with the situation. "Alaron, how did you even know to find me here?" He waggled his fingers and his eyebrows at me at the same time. "Wizard extraordinaire, remember? Tremble as you behold my awesome power." I snorted a bit of foam off the top of my drink. "Which reminds me." He placed a stack of 10 silver coins in front of me. "I believe I owe you this, and a great deal more." He looked at me with such sincere gratitude that I couldn't help but squirm a little on my stool. "Thank you for coming back for me." I shrugged. "You stuck your neck out for all of us. All I did was return the favor." "You did a great deal more than that. I don't know how you managed it, but because of you, we're sitting here in this delightful tavern instead of mouldering away as a pile of ash in the blasted ruins of the city. You found the one path I could not see. Perhaps Tyrael wasn't the only hope we had of standing against the dark tide." His voice had begun to grow distant again. "Alaron, in the letter you left in my cell, you mentioned a horrible doom you'd foreseen. Something about the end of all things. What was all that about, anyway?" He sighed, then took a long drink from his mug. "Some years ago, when I was still a student at the Chromatus Arcani, I lost someone. Someone very dear to me. She followed the twisting path of possibilities much farther than was wise, and became unable to find her way back to her body. I tried to save her. I failed. But in the attempt, I saw what she saw, and managed to find my way back to the present afterward." He looked up at me, his eyes haunted. "A great darkness is coming to this land, Charity. I don't know when or where, but someday soon it will rise from the cold depths of the ocean itself with unrivaled fury and terrible destruction. Unless the warring races of Danann stand united against the threat, the dark tide will scour all life from the land within a year." I sipped at my own drink as I took in his words. He'd more than proven the effectiveness of his visions, but that had been in relation to events in the near future. He'd told me himself that reality became twisted and uncertain the further you moved from the solid anchor of the present. Given everything we'd just been through, I wanted to believe him, despite how crazy his words sounded. But even if I did, I wasn't sure what exactly he expected me to do about it. Darkness from the sea, huh? Did you see anything else on your little psychic voyage? Something we could use to get a better sense of the threat? I did, actually. His eyes locked on mine with sudden warmth. I saw the face of a young Byzantian thief standing on the shore, her face shining like the morning sun as she stood against the end. Then Alaron caught himself and cleared his throat, clearly realizing he'd just said more than he meant to. But that's a subject for another time, I think. Tonight we have a celebration to attend to. But what did... He snatched the mug from my hand and drained the last of its contents in one long swallow, then waved the empty vessel at Alexei. Our heroine is in need of a refill, good man. The Novari swapped it out with a foamy replacement, which Alaron pressed into my hands before I could argue further. Relax and enjoy, my dear. Once the rabble clears out after dinner, we'll have the place to ourselves. I tossed him a skeptical look, which he answered by pointing at the ceiling overhead. I've reserved all the rooms in this fine establishment for the next month. We can all get as drunk as a dwarf on holiday, and as long as we can manage to assist one another up the stairs, we'll still spend the night in comfort. Don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. That sounds like more fun than I can afford, I said with a shake of my head. I have a ship to catch before dawn. Seeing them all again had made that thought a little harder to bear, but I found that I was glad I'd come here nonetheless. A proper goodbye wouldn't kill me, after all, even if it was the first one I'd ever experienced. I took a long pull from the mug to try and clear the tight knot that had begun to form in my throat at the thought. Ah, yes, the ship. A good thing you decided to put all that nonsense behind you and stay here. I stared at him in confusion until he gasped and covered his mouth with one hand. Oh, dear. Have you not arrived at that conclusion yourself yet? Terribly sorry. The perils of divination and all of that. You go right ahead. I'll wait here. At first, I had no idea what he was talking about. Then it hit me. I could stay in Farshore if I wanted to. I'd been so set on getting home that I hadn't even stopped to consider whether Byzantia was still my home at all. There were aspects of life in the old world that I missed, but I was beginning to suspect that I'd feel the same or worse about Farshore once I got there. Danan was a strange place, full of danger, mystery, and unexpected surprises, but damned if I wasn't beginning to love it. The thought of returning to a normal human city, even one as grand as the City of 1,000 Bells, seemed a dull and dreary prospect in comparison. I suppose there will be other ships. One a month at the least, he said, nodding as though we were discussing the mild weather. I could make the trip any time I wanted, after all. Of course you can, love. Any time at all. A slow smile crept onto my face. He smiled in return, lifted his mug, and together we toasted to my new home. The end. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed Crown of the Mad King and the rest of the Farshore Chronicles Volume 1. Charity's battle with Tyrael for the future of Danan will continue in the Farshore Chronicles Volume 2.